Hello? Hold on. Hold one moment. Okay. Pulled my hair. How? Okay, whatever. Anyway. So I was talking about it. Oh, maybe, yeah. Never mind. Got it. Kind of? I don't know. I've been talking about how I've been getting those Twitch notifications that are like, oh, manage your stream from your phone. And I was trying to, I don't know. I was looking again to see if I can figure out how to. Oh, let me tweet. How to get rid of them. Hold on. What do I? I don't know. Dress spheres. How do I spell that? Okay, there's two S's. It's not dress and then spheres. It's dress spheres. Like almost like a portmanteau or whatever, right? Whatever. Portmanteau. Okay. Okay. Just making sure everything was good. Because, I made sure to check my mic's audio to make sure it was on, but I didn't look to see if the game was actually picking up. Because, yeah, in OBS, there's like the two little, like, oh, here's your game audio, like, what it's capturing, and then your mic. And I always, like, I turn on my mic and, like, make sure the little bar fills up. But, stupid controller. As soon as I started the stream, I went to move the controller and it like disconnected, and I was just like, dude, please. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I just didn't check the. I'm checking again. Okay, we're good. I didn't really do anything today. I took my little brothers to a birthday party or whatever, picked them up, and that was it. But I watched, I guess I played a little bit of Splatoon. I did some salmon run. What? Oh, he's selling stuff. I'm not buying these. I might buy some of these. I need antidotes. How do I keep getting... Like, I use potions, and then every time I check, I have more than I had last time. I'm not sure where they're all coming from. I guess I have money to buy these if I want, but we have two of these, and I don't really care about any of these. So whatever. What was it? Yeah, I did a little bit of salmon run, but it's spawning grounds, which is the worst map. And like, I literally, like, I started this rotation. I did a shift, and the very first wave of the very first shift was high tide glowflies, and we lasted, like, we almost finished it, but then we died and lost, and then I was like, wow, that's annoying. And then I queued up again, and it was gorillers. Oh, also, yeah, it was gorillers, which isn't that bad, but like, I don't know, it's just annoying. So like, to go from high tide glowflies to like failing that, and then immediately going again and getting gorillers, it's like, all right, what the heck? And then we beat it. We got, well, we cleared waves 1 and 2, and then we lost on wave 3 because our explosher didn't know how to kill flyfish with the explosher, which is like, that's literally, that just becomes your job. If you get stuck with the explosher, your whole thing is to just hunt down flyfish. But whatever. Anyway, we lost on wave 3, and I was just like, man, annoying. And then I did another one, and it was wave 1 glowflies on normal tide, but we lost, and I was just like, I hate this map so much. Because like the high tide one, it makes like high tide sucks, because like there's nowhere to go and like nothing you can do. Because on normal tide, at least you can like stick to the wall if things get bad or whatever. But what is this? There's like, it looks like there's like something hanging from my eyelashes or something, but I think it's just a loose hair, whatever. Anyway, what was it? Yeah, I don't know. Like after that third shift and like failing, like getting wave 1 glowflies again, I was just like, all right, I'm done for today. I'll try it again later. And then I didn't go back. But I watched some more Banner Brothers. I only have 1 episode left, but like, yeah, I don't know. Like I was talking about it last night, but just like, I don't know. Every episode is just like, man, war is depressing. Like, I don't like these poor guys. Let them go home. And there was like, they even. There's like, yeah, it's like I just, if you're in, you're like if you join the military, all the stuff you're seeing, like all the stuff I saw on the show, I've been seeing in the show, I've been like, man, I've met guys like that. I've been in situations like that, not in like war stuff, but like the one of the things I thought of, or like reminded me of my own enlistment was there's a part where some like general or something, he wants them to do like he wants them to take prisoners, so like they go on this little night I don't know, assault, and grab a couple prisoners, and then what do you call it, come back, and then like because they were successful, the general was like, all right, do it again. And it's like, what the heck? That's so annoying. Because like he gets so like, yeah, they're all talking about him. Like, yeah, I don't know, he's going around bragging about how successful and what a great job you guys did, and now he wants you to do it again to like be able to keep bragging or whatever. And it's like, dude, they lost the guy, it's dangerous. Like, it's not like the Nazis are going to be ready for it again now. Since it happened, they're going to be like yeah, like whatever. It's just a stupid idea. But what's his name? I think it was a major, but the character Winters, Captain Winters, he gets promoted to major. I think he was a major at this time, but it might have happened afterwards. But anyway, he like goes to tell him, because like their lieutenant or whatever, what's his name, or Captain Spears, Lieutenant Spears, I don't know, whatever his name is. Is like, all right, I'm gonna go brief them, and Winters is like, no, I'll do it. And then he goes in and he's like, all right, General whoever was so proud of, you know, the job you did last night, that he wants you to do it again. And then everyone was just kind of like bummed, like, oh god, again, we lost the guy, and we might, you know, it'll be harder this time because we have to go in deeper. But then he's like, but I want you guys to get a good night's sleep, and then come to me in the morning with a report saying, you know, you went in and you couldn't get anybody, and you got out, and nobody died. And so basically he was just saying, don't do it, just take the night off, get some sleep, because we're leaving tomorrow, and I don't want to risk losing anybody else. Just, we're gonna fake a report and say that, you know, you guys went in and just were unsuccessful. And I was like, man, there have been so many moments like when I was in of stuff like that happening, of like people who are like just higher up the chain who have no idea what's going on, or how things are, you know, how things are handled or dealt with, or like how hard things are or can be, being like, wow, you guys did a good job there, do it again. And then it's like, no, that's not, it's like, we were barely able to do that, we don't have, you know, we can't do it again. Or it's like, just like not worth the effort and resources to do it again. And so like, just so that you can like be like, haha, look, we did it twice, or, you know, whatever, so you can brag and like try to take credit for our work, you know. And like, yeah, someone like in the middle of the chain, be like, don't do it. Don't worry about it. Just, you know, do what you're doing, you know, or like try to do it. But if it doesn't work out, like, don't kill yourself over it. Don't like stress yourself out. But, I don't know, it's good. And then, yeah, then there's like the other episode. I think it's episode 9 or something. Excuse me. They finally find, like, I was surprised because, like, I guess I just never thought about it throughout the show, but they found a concentration camp, and they're like just kind of like shocked and disgusted, and like, I don't know, they're just like, wow, these people, yeah, like, I think the episode of the title of the episode is Why We Fight. And I was like, oh, that's like, I'm like kind of like waiting for where the title kind of comes in, because Tom Hardy is in that episode, and he's like this new guy, and he's reading a newspaper on the truck, and one guy's like, oh, what you reading? Is like a newspaper article, and he's like, well, yeah, I know that, but what is it about? And he's like, oh, it's about why we're here, what we're fighting for, or whatever. He might have even said Why We Fight, and I was like, oh, title drop. But I was like kind of waiting for like the moment of like, oh, you know, this is why we fight or whatever. And then seeing that, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is why they're fighting, to like stop these evil people from torturing and killing other people for no reason. But like that, yeah, that like, it was like kind of, I was like, oh dang, like that I didn't even think about that, but these guys had no idea that any of this was happening until Band of Brothers. I've been watching it for like the last few days. I have one episode left, but that was like the last episode I watched. But yeah, they're like, just like, all these soldiers have been fighting for 2 years or whatever, and they had no idea. Wait, you've never seen Band of Brothers? I thought you'd seen it already. Came out forever ago. I never watched it, but now I'm watching it. But yeah, they I was just like, dang, yeah, I didn't even realize. Yeah, Europe, World War II Europe, because the Pacific is like the same producers, maybe the same writers or whatever, and directors, but it's like Steven Spielberg, Tom Hanks, and one other guy like produced both series. But like the Pacific is World War II, the Pacific, and then Band of Brothers came out first, but Band of Brothers is World War II Europe. But yeah, it was just kind of like insane to like see them like realize like, oh, this has been going on the whole time we were like fighting here, and they had like they were just like fighting Nazis because they're like, yeah, they're the enemy, whatever. But now they're like, oh, they were like they were more evil than we thought, and it was just kind of like, dang, yeah, it was like, it'd be weird. Like I bet you would feel some kind of like, I don't know, you'd feel justified. Yeah, the Holocaust, like they find a concentration camp, and they're like, what is that? Like, what is that? Like, they just see all these guys behind a fence all emaciated and stuff, and then they get inside, and then they actually, it's so like one of the like depressing parts of that. I mean, that whole part is depressing, but like one of the soldiers is Jewish, and he speaks German, and they use him as a translator to talk to the prisoners, and like the guy he's talking to specifically is Jewish, because like he's translating all this stuff. How awful the Russians were in the areas they liberated. Wait, liberated from like Germany or whatever? If they care the same way, I wonder actually. Yeah, huh? Because there are like no Russians in the show. I just, like, you saying that made me like realize, like, yeah, you don't see, all you see Americans versus Germans with like some British guys every now and then, but they're only in there for like a minute in like a couple episodes. And then there's like some, I don't know, some nurse girl who's like the only other non-American character you see in the show. And now, yeah, like bringing up Russians, I'm like, oh, like I forgot. Like, I completely forgot, because like I was actually thinking about this during the last episode I watched, I think, but I was like, yeah, I wonder like if anything happens in Italy or anything like that in the show, because there's only one episode left, but like all they've shown is like them moving from like they drop in France, like D-Day, Normandy, and they move like to Germany, like go through like from France through, I know they go through Holland, but I think there's one other country, and then they end up in Germany at the end. Korea, they were terrible. Oh god, the Koreans, everyone's terrible. Well, it's like the Japanese were terrible to the Koreans. The Chinese were terrible to the Koreans. Yeah, I wonder. But like it was just like, oh, so yeah, like the German speaking Jew soldier was like they had he was translating, and he was just kind of like, you know, like helping, like he was translating whatever, and like the officers are like, ask him, you know, why or who or like whatever, like what did they do, are they criminals or what? And the guy's like, no, like we're just like, some of us are you know, bakers, doctors, whatever, like just like listing off jobs because he's like, yeah, we're just like normal people. And then he's like, we're Jews, like he keeps saying Juden or whatever, Juden. Yeah, and like the translator guy is like, Jews, sir, and then the guy he's talking to like starts listing off, he's like, Jews, gypsies, blah blah blah, like just like all this stuff, and he's like, yeah. And so they're like, okay. And then like they're like, they get him food and water and all this stuff and like take care of him, but then they're like, we have to keep him here, we can't just like let him out. And so like they have to make the call to be like, lock him back up, just like close the gate, because we can't just let him run free in Germany now. We have to like figure out how to like relocate them and stuff like that, because they're not all from Germany. Like we can't just like release them into the city, basically. Especially because these Germans living nearby were like complicit, basically. Oh, did I go to the Holocaust Museum? I think so. I can't remember, actually. I'm trying to think. Because we went to the, like, the African American history or whatever museum. No, I don't think we went. Oh, yeah, we did. But we went on a different trip. We didn't go, like, okay, well, yeah, these are two different trips. But we did go to the Holocaust Museum. I think it's like when Max first went out there and we went to visit him the first time. Because I still have it in my backpack, but I have, like, the little, like, you get, like, a little passport thing or whatever of a person who was, you know, in a concentration camp at some point in World War II. Yeah, that's exactly, like, that's, like, the eating too much too fast. They were, like, passing out the food, and they're, like, the medics were, like, we gotta, like, stop giving them food and keep them in here, because we can't let them get into the town, because, like, these people, the Germans in the town, like, allowed this to happen. They and it was funny, because, like, the, like, there's a whole bit where they say, like, one of the generals or something, someone enacts martial law on the town or something, because he's like, all right, y'all, like, let this happen, you guys, like, what is wrong with you? And now you're gonna help, you know, like, clean it up and whatever, and help these people. And all the Germans are like, oh, we didn't know, and it's like, dude, it's literally like a mile away from your town, what are you talking about? And like the soldiers like, you didn't smell anything? Like, you can't smell that? You're lying. And like, they're all like, when they're forcing the Germans to help clean up like dead bodies and stuff like that, they're all crying and acting like, oh, the horrors and whatever. But they show one German girl, like a woman, like an older woman, who one of the like officer soldiers, he was like he broke into a house to like look for, to see if anybody was there, to see if he could like stay there, basically. I think he probably would have kicked people out to like spend the night there or whatever, but he goes in and like there's nobody there, and so he's like just like looking around. He looks at a photo, and there's like a photo of a Nazi, like some dude in a Nazi uniform or whatever, and he like tosses it and it breaks, and then he looks at the photo next to it, and it's like that same Nazi but with his wife or whatever. And then he's like looking at that photo, and then the wife comes in, and he like turns around and looks at her and like puts it down and leaves. But she is in the like in that concentration camp helping clean up, just like crying and acting like she's struggling or whatever. And like a guy walks by and like sees her and like looks at her, and she like is like like making a sad face and looks at him and is just like, oh, he knows I'm faking. Because she was literally married to a Nazi who was like, you know, responsible for that. So like she can't pretend like, oh, I didn't know this was going on, you know. And like, but oh, so like the like extra sad part is like when they have to like tell all these like Jews that they have to stay in there and then they can't get any more food. They're like telling the translator like, hey, this Jewish translator, tell them we have to lock them back up. And he's like, I can't do that, sir. And like they're like, you have to, like, we can't let them out, you know, we can't give them any more food or whatever. And he's just like, you know, he like tells them and then he just kind of like sits down and starts crying because it's like he has to tell like his people, hey, you know, yeah, things sucked for you, but now you gotta stay here. Like, sorry, like I know we just gave you all this like hope and stuff, but you know, get back in your cage. And it's like, yeah, it's pretty depressing. That's what I was talking about like last night, I think. But like just like watching the show, there's so many characters that I'm just like, leave him alone, let this guy go. He's like the medic episode. There's a medic about an episode about one of the medics, and his whole episode is just so sad because you're just like, man, this guy like he can't catch a break, and he has to like, people keep getting injured and dying, and he has to like keep trying with like so little, like undersupplied and under. Like, it's just, like, him and one other guy. And, like, a lot of times it's just him by himself because the other guy is doing something else. And so he's just, like, yeah, I don't know. It's just, like, man, let this guy, leave him alone. And then the episode is extra. The end of the episode is extra depressing because, like, I don't want to spoil it too much, but he's, like, trying to save someone's life and heading back to, like, the aid station to, like, you know, get this guy a better treatment, and it's just like realizes he can't get the help he needs and just has to like be like, well, this guy's gonna die, everyone's gonna die basically, and it's like sad because it's like the guy is like also like I don't know, they're all pretty good dudes. Like I'll say he's a nice dude. Like his character is like pretty, like he's a medic, so he's not like, he's not supposed to be, you know, in combat. So like all the other soldiers are like, you know, trying to have fun, but like being all like crude about it. Like, yeah, like, you know, I'm killing Nazis, I'm gonna find me a Luger and blah blah blah. And the medic is just kind of like, yeah, whatever. I'm just here to like, he's just going around like, hey, change your socks, you know, like take care of yourselves and just making sure everyone's okay. And then like he just has to like watch people die constantly and like watch people get blown up or like try to save people's lives and have them die on him. And it's just like super sad. But I don't know, it's a good show though. I was talking about it last night. It makes me want to watch The Pacific again. So I'll probably watch The Pacific again because watching this, like I was talking about it last night, but watching it, I'm like, man, like I wonder how I would have felt about this show if I would have watched it when I was in or right after I got out. Because when I watched The Pacific, I watched it right after I got out, and I was just like all motivated again and was just like, man, I wish I was there. But watching this, I'm just like, dude, I wish nobody would have to go to war ever again because like stuff sucks. And like I'm like, I wonder if I want to rewatch The Pacific and see like if I'll be like, yeah, no, I don't want to go there and like help these guys too, let them go. I haven't watched Generation Kill. That's I want to watch so once I finish Band of Brothers, I want to watch The Pacific, I want to watch Generation Kill, and I want to watch there was one other thing that I was like oh no, there's I want to watch Jarhead because I've never watched that, and I also want to watch Heartbreak Ridge, which is like an older Marine movie, because I've never seen that. It has Clint Eastwood in it, but yeah, Band of Brothers is good. And then like I have one episode left, and I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I'm like, I hope everything goes okay, because like throughout the show, there's like a bunch of soldiers, and you get attached to them, but like pretty quickly it's like, okay, don't get attached to anybody, because anyone can die at any moment, and they do. They like, people die all the time, and it's just like, dang it, My favorite character, or one of my favorite characters. Jared's good, but seems unrealistic. I saw a clip of it, and that's what made me want to watch it. But I don't know much about it. Like I know it's Marines or whatever. Oh, it was a clip of which, like you saying, it seems unrealistic. This like makes me think that. But there's a clip of it's oh, what's his name? Jamie Foxx, right? Jamie Foxx. But he's like a drill instructor or something, and there's all these Marines training. Yeah, Jamie Foxx. Watch Brothers? What's that? I don't think I've heard of that. I might watch that. Oh, what's up, Aiko? It's going well. How are you? But yeah, that part, like, that seemed unrealistic. Like, maybe not his reaction, but like, I don't, like, when I was in boot camp, I don't know, maybe like, during World War I and World War II, they use like actual live rounds during training like that, but I don't think we've done that in a long time. Like, there's no reason to be like shooting actual rounds over people's heads like that. But then like, he starts yelling at the dead guy, and it's kind of like, all right, I don't know if anyone would actually do that, but also I kind of could see a drill instructor doing something like that. Pretty dumb. That's what I was like, watching that scene, I was like, what the heck? Cause like they're shooting, there's like the guy shooting the guns, and then that guy gets up, and I'm like at first I was like, are they shooting live? Like, are they actually shooting real bullets? And like, if someone gets up, they will get hit, or like if they aim too low, they'll hit somebody, or is it just like, you know, blanks, dummy rounds or whatever, something. But like, then that guy gets up and gets shot, and I'm like, oh, that's not how that works. I mean, I don't think, like I was saying, I don't think they've shot actual ammunition, like live, real bullets flying over heads in a long time, if ever. Like, I feel like, I'm sure like there has been a point when that happened, because there weren't blanks yet, but at the same time, like, wouldn't you aim higher? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. 1990, we weren't that dumb. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was like, I don't even know if during World War II they would have done something like that. Right in the first chapter of your story with the new format. What does that mean? New format. But I still want to watch it because, like, I don't know. It's a war movie about Marines, and I want to watch war movies and shows now. It doesn't have to be about Marines, like I was saying, or like watching Band of Brothers is what is kind of putting me on this kick. I don't even know. I saw a clip on YouTube that like it was of Band of Brothers. I don't even remember what it was, but that's what like made me want to watch the show, like watch that show, and then like watching other clips after that. I was like, now I want to watch all this stuff. Generation Kill. That's what I don't know. Like, I know I've seen clips of that one too, but like that was like a while ago, and I think you've shown me clips of it. But like you might have posted clips or sent clips of it. Like I know, like Band of Brothers is like this too. Like I was talking about it at the beginning of the stream, but and like yesterday. But there's so much stuff you see in these shows and movies that like are so relatable. Like once you've been in and like experienced it, you're just like, man, yeah. Like I was talking about it one of the episodes. I think it might have been the episode before the last one I watched. These guys go on like this little like night mission to capture some prisoners, and they do it, but they lose a guy in the process. And like, you know, they like report back to their captain and major or whatever, all these dudes. And they like report it up the chain, and the general at the top is like, wow, good job. Do it again. You guys did such a good job. I want them to do it again. And they're all like, I don't want to do it again. And like the major is like, all right, you're going to do it again. But actually, you just take the night off, go to sleep, and write a report saying that you did it again, and you were just unsuccessful. And so I was like, dude, I've had that stuff happen. Not like literally like capture prisoners, but like you do something and you do a good job, and someone up top is impressed and is like, do it again, and you're like, that I got lucky. Like that was like so hard to do. I can't just do it again. And then someone in the middle of the chain is like, don't worry about it. Like, try to do it. If you can't, who cares? And then they like come back saying like, yeah, you know, sorry, didn't happen, you know. Exactly, you're gonna do it so I get awards, so I can brag about it. And that's like what the show, like that part of the show was like. They're like, yeah, I don't know, he's going around bragging about how successful your guys' mission was last night, and he wants you to do it again so he can keep bragging. And it's like, ugh. Wait. 10 paragraphs a scene, 3 scenes a chapter. I don't know anything about writing, so I don't even know. Ex-Marvel guys love watching movies about the mafia or gangs in general. That's probably true. I don't know. But it is like, I don't know, it's weird, like watching this show and being like, yeah, I remember all this stuff. Like, there's like, I mean, there's like the good and the bad of just like bad leaders, good leaders, but then also like the camaraderie and just kind of like all that stuff. It's like, man, you know, like I totally relate to these guys, even though I haven't been like in a war like that or like deployed like that. I was in a cult. That is like, Marines are like, it is like a cult. That's like, they literally call it indoctrination when you go through boot. Like you literally, when you're sitting, I don't know if they call it this in other robes, but didn't drink the Kool-Aid. Yeah, might dress blues. But I don't know if they call it this in any other branches basic training. But when you go into like the first night of boot camp, you have to, after you do all the yellow footprint stuff and, you know, read the stupid like sign out front and get your head shaved and stuff, you sit in this room where they like get you to sign all kinds of paperwork and stuff, and it's called like the indoctrination. And then you start getting like all kinds of other like classes and things while you're in there, and it's just like the start to be like transforming. That's like, that's what they call it all the time. And because it is a transformation. Like you come out like pretty different person, at least in the Marines. Like I noticed, like when I got out of the Marines, I was like, man, like I started to mellow out and relax and chill, like calm down and like go back to my older self. And like I was able to like see like, dang dude, I was like, I don't know, like I was so different. Seems to be more intentional. That's what, yeah, it feels like a lot of things in the Marines are like that. Of just like brainwashing and like everything in the Marines is intentional in boot camp. Like I was like, I don't know, it's like talking to you or other branches about like basic training. Every other branch just like they have free time and stuff, and like in the Marines literally every single hour of every single day is something, and you're moving or doing something. And like there's you get 1 hour every night for square away time, and like half of that is taking a shower and getting stuff ready for the next day, and then the other half is like, if you can do all that stuff fast enough, the other half is trying to write a letter home or something. But like the rest of the time is just like classes, drill, PT in between all the classes and drill, all kinds of other like training and stuff like that. It's, man. And then yeah, just like getting screamed at like literally the entire time. Because like, I don't know, I've seen so many clips of other branches basic training. Like I think I talked about it before. I might have like even sent it to you or something, but there's like a video, maybe it was Joe, I don't know, I know I showed someone this video, but like there's a video of like an Air Force basic training, and the like drill sergeant, I don't know what they call it in the Air Force, but whoever like the drill instructor for the Air Force is, he goes in to like he goes to like the squad bay or whatever, like knocks on the door and someone lets him in. And I'm like, man, in the Marines the doors are always open, so drill instructors can come and go whenever they want without giving you like you can't lock a drill instructor out basically. There's nothing you can do. But he like knocks on the door, someone lets him in, and then he goes in and is just like, all right, wake up. You know, everyone's like already awake or whatever, or like waking up, like getting up out of their bed and like making their bed and stuff like that. But he's like just like walking around and he's like, hey, blah blah blah, you and blah 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 are going to like no PT for you today. And like the guy goes like, oh, like he like, I don't know. I was like, dude, that seems so fake. Like he was trying to act like he was like bummed about not having to PT. And he's like, you're going to medical, take someone with you, like take blah 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 with you. And then he's like, but he's like talking and in such like a calm voice, and everyone is just like moving around freely, doing whatever they want. But like in Marine Corps boot camp, you're asleep, and then you just hear like the lights turn on and a drill instructor screaming lights, 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 like running up and down the squad base screaming, and you like get up and you like stand on line and like then they're like they're just like screaming like two sheets, two blankets, online, ready, move. And so you go and rip all your stuff off your bed. You have 2 sheets and 2 blankets. Wait, lengthened army basic. Remove some of the most high stress things. That's how, I mean, well, they haven't lengthened Marine Corps boot camp, but they've, like Max was talking about, like now they get granola bars and stuff that they can keep in their pockets so they can eat, like, I don't know, when they have a break or something, when they have a chance. And I'm just like, what the heck? Like all this stuff, like, I don't know. I'm like, man, new core. I was like joking because like a granola bar isn't gonna help that much, but like just like little things here and there, quality of life changes that I'm like, wow, wow, this is what the core is becoming now, huh? No, but like, what was it? Cause like when I was in boot camp, if you like try to sneak a peanut butter packet from the chow hall and keep it in your pocket, and they found that, you get destroyed. But now it's like, no, you can just actually, here's a granola bar, like keep that in your pocket for later. Have to raise quality of life, I know that, but like, I don't know, that seems like, I mean, that is like a quality of life thing, but that seems such a like a weird, that seems like not even a quality of life. That's just like, hey, we're just gonna be nice to you in a way that's like, I don't know, nobody, like, what brought about that change is like my question, because I don't think Marines were starving. Nobody's starving, you know. More of a career, that's true, especially in the Marines, because the Marines have like the lowest retainment, what's the word, they have the highest what's the word, it ends with like ishin or something. But whatever. The Marines have the most retention. Yes, retention. They have the lowest retention rate. The highest, like, get out rate. Because everybody hates it. So they're like, yeah, here's a granola bar. Maybe you'll re-enlist now. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so like this. Yeah, like, the Air Force guy just, like, walking in, being like, all right, you know, hey, you're not going to PT today. Go to medical. Bring whatever, like bring Johnson with you, and just like casually walking in and be like, all right, you know, everybody, you know, start making your beds. Just like chill. And I'm just like, dude, what the heck? That's so unfair. Like, man, because like I was saying, you wake up to someone screaming, bright lights just turned on. Then you have to like grab all your stuff, and you're in your like I don't know, your skivvy, so your green shirt, your green shorts, and you're just standing online. Sometimes you have a boner because you're just like got morning wood, and so you're just like standing there just like looking like an idiot, like don't know what's happening, holding 2 sheets and 2 blankets with a boner, and you're just like, and you have to pee really bad because you drank like a whole canteen right before bed and didn't wake up to go pee at all. And then you're just like they're just like, all right, like 2 sheets, 2 blankets, online, ready, move. And then you grab all your stuff and stand online. And then they're like, all right, you know, like first sheet, go, whatever. And then you like start throwing on your first sheet, and they're like, all right, second sheet. Or like you do your sheets, then you do your blankets or whatever. And then you get dressed, and then all that, shave, brush your teeth, all that. And it's just like, like watching that Air Force clip, I was just like, dude, what the heck? Like, we can't even, they wouldn't even like let us do anything on our own like that. Because I was in a platoon of hot guys. I was talking to Joe about this the other day. Like whenever he came over like a month ago or however long it was. But I was like, yeah, like that 3 months in boot camp, I literally, like I would wake up with morning wood, but I don't think I ever like got a boner outside of that. And I was never, like I never had the urge to masturbate at all. Like, or like I was never like, I like their whole like 90 days, like 13 weeks is more than 90 days. 13 weeks. I was just like, oh, I guess that is what, 84 days? No, 91 days. But like all 13 weeks, I was just like, I was like, that's probably like the longest I've ever gone without jerking it, you know? Like, and then like, but like, and I never had any like desire or urge. Like, I didn't even think about it or like realize it until I got out, and I was just like, oh, you know what? I went like 91 days. People do like the whole no nut November. I went like no nut September, October, November, December. Like, came back eventually. Yeah, now I do it 5 times a day. No, I'm kidding. But I mean, I got out and had a girlfriend, so didn't have to worry about it. What was it? But I was telling Joe about that because I think he asked, like, he's like, do dudes ever, like, you know, jerk off or whatever? I'm like, because I was telling him about how in Marine Corps boot camp, the bathroom stalls, like the toilets, they have no doors. So like when you're pooping, you're just like staring at the guy across from you also pooping. And Joe was like, I think Joe was like, does anybody ever get caught jerking it? And I was like, I don't, like, I never heard anything about it when I was in, but I'm sure that happens because like there's nowhere to hide. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I'm telling you, people don't realize what Marine Corps boot camp is like. People go through their, like, you know, like I was saying, I was at that joint unit in Florida talking to all these like soldiers and sailors and airmen about boot camp and their experiences in their boot camps, and they're just like, what? Like, you guys have to do that? That's how that works for you? And it's like, yes, we have no doors. When we shower, like, I mean, I'm sure well, maybe not every branch or every recruit training depot or whatever, for every branch has like just like a big room with showers. I'm sure that like the Air Force gets their own little stalls, but says someone, that's what, yeah, I think Joe told me about that. And I think Chaser Max had a story that's like that or something like that. Not like raped, but I think like 2 guys were like just having gay sex, like butt sex, because they were like, I don't know, they're like, you want to do this? Like, either they were gay or bi or like whatever, but they're like, let's do it. You had your own stalls? See, look at that. We had just like one big room, and you just like go in and hope that, like, like I was saying, like during square away time, you would like be ready to take a shower. You would like get naked and put your towel on and go look to see if there was an open like shower head, and if not, you would probably, like, sometimes you would share a shower head. Like, I shared shower heads with plenty of people like all throughout boot camp, because it's like, I want to shower right now. Like, I'm not gonna wait and like whatever, I'm gonna shower right now. So move over. Let me get some water on me real quick. I'll stand out and soap up, because like, yeah, I mean, all you have to do is get wet, and then you like soap up on the outside, and then you like rinse off, and then you get out or whatever. Like, you don't have to like stand under the water the whole time. But it's just like, yeah. And then yeah, no stall doors, so like you're pooping and you're just like sitting there, and like there's a guy across from you also pooping. But like, I don't know, it was never like I think at first it was kind of like weird and gross, but you get used to it in a way. And then it's also like you're living with these guys for like, it's your platoon. They're all like, you're like going through this all together, so it just becomes like, I don't know, like you'll just have a conversation with the guy pooping across from you, like just like nothing's happening. Mixed companies had tons of sex. I've heard that about East Coast Marine Corps, like Marine boot camp training, Marine boot camp, of like Marines, like female and male Marines, like sneaking off and like finding opportunities to have sex and stuff like that. Like girls getting pregnant in boot camp and stuff like that. Sicko is a place for prostitution. Jeez, that's what, like, because West Coast MCRD, Marine Corps Recruit Depot, doesn't have female recruits. Like, there's female Marines working on the base, but no recruits. That's East Coast. But yeah, like, but like the other thing is like you were telling, like, you've talked, I've heard your stories about like sick call and like how kind of like, I don't know, like you can just malinger pretty easily. But at Marine Corps Recruit Depot San Diego, probably the same thing on the East Coast, but like you don't just get to go to medical. Like, if you go to medical, like a drill instructor tells you to go to medical if there's something you have to do, and then or if you're sick, you'll go to medical. But you always go with the battle buddy. And then when you're there are drill instructors like wandering around, so you can't just like, there's no break. There's no, like, literally, like, in boot camp there is no breaks. There's nowhere, like I was saying, you get 1 hour at the end of the night, until like the last week. Like Crucible week and the week after is like the only time you actually get to relax and like get time off. Millingers were the ones chaptering out. That makes sense. I mean, they're trying to get out, right? In the Marines, a malingerer is literally anyone who just gets injured. Like, that's what, like, I had, what happened to me? Something happened to me. Oh, like, when I had cellulitis, we were talking about cellulitis the other day, but, like, when I had cellulitis on my elbow, I literally, like, they, like, had to, that's what, dude. I literally had cellulitis. My drill instructor drew a circle. In the morning, it was outside the circle, so he was like, all right, you got cellulitis, go to medical. They, like, cut me open, stitched me up, like, all this stuff, and, like, I couldn't, like, bending my elbow, like, moving that, like, just hurt. And they're like, yeah, just don't do anything with that elbow, no drill, like, you can march, but don't use your rifle. And so, like, I had, like, a chit, like, a paper that said, like, hey, this guy can't do these things. And, like, I literally, like, I could have probably drilled fine or whatever, but, like, I probably wouldn't have been able to, like, do anything that got me dirty, at least on my arms, like crawling through dirt and sand and stuff like that, without, like, infecting it or something, or ripping out my stitches. Or no, I didn't have stitches, I just had, like, a bandage, that's what it was, because, I had stitches in my mouth when I got my, wisdom teeth pulled, but they just, like, cut it open and, like, stuffed it with gauze and then covered it with a bandage. But it hurt every time they took it out. But I really committed to the act. No, dude. Literally, like, I couldn't, like, it hurt. I couldn't do anything. And then, and I actually got cellulitis. I'm pretty sure I got it from my rifle somehow. Because, like, I remember, like, the bump, like, the spot that it started, I hit my elbow, like, that part of my elbow, on my front sight tip on my M16. And, later that night was when it was, like, all red. And I was like, I didn't even notice it until, like, my drill instructor caught it. Like, I was, like, standing there, and he was just like, because they do, like, checks, like, at the end of every night, right before you go to sleep. You're, like, standing literally in your underwear, and they, like, walk up and down and, like, look at everybody to make sure, like, you don't have something crazy going on like that. And like, you know, you, like, stand there and you, like, have your hands out and you flip them over, and then they tell you to turn around, and I turned around and he's like, what's that on your arm? And I was like, this recruit does not know, sir. And he's like, let me see. And he, like, grabbed my arm. He's like, you know what that is? And I was like, no, sir. And he's like, that's cellulitis. And then he, like, grabbed a marker, a big old Sharpie, and just drew a circle. And he's like, let me see that in the morning. And I was like, aye, aye, sir. And then he, like, went to the next guy or whatever. And then in the morning, he was like, where's the guy who had, like, the cellulitis or whatever, the guy with the thing on his elbow? And I was like, here, sir. And, like, I ran over to him. And he, like, looked at it, and, like, it was outside the ring he drew. And he's like, all right, you're going to medical. But what was it? No, yeah, but, like, I couldn't drill. Like, it hurt, and, like, I was afraid. I think they were afraid of me, like, undoing the work that they did, like, accidentally, like, loosening my gauze and stuff. But also, like, yeah, like, I was on light duty is, like, the thing that we call it. But, like, you can't do certain things, like, so, like, the PT, like, I wouldn't be able to, like, do McMap and stuff like that. But I don't think we really did that much during that week. But also, like I was saying, like, sometimes drill instructors just don't care. But anyway, they called me a malingerer, like, right as soon as I got back from medical. They're like, oh, here comes the malingerer, like, get online or whatever, like, yelling at me and stuff like that. And I'm like, dude, I literally got my elbow cut open right now. I'm like, it hurts. Going to medical and back to day 0. That's not how it works in boot camp. That's how it works in MCT. But in boot camp, you just, if you do, like, Egbert, he had pneumonia in both lungs, or, like, he always said double pneumonia in both lungs or something like that. And, like, the way he explained it is, like, there's, like, the two parts of your lungs, like, each lung has, like, kind of, like, 2 sections or whatever, and he had, like, pneumonia in both parts of both lungs or something like that. And like I didn't know, I don't know, I didn't know how pneumonia worked at the time. Like I didn't really, like I thought pneumonia was just like, oh yeah, it's when you're like extra sick. Like it's like a worse cold that's like dangerous. But I don't know, I guess like it affects, like I always thought it was just like, oh yeah, it's like you have a cold, but there's like more stuff in your lungs basically. Like your cold gets upgraded to pneumonia basically. But the way he made it sound was like, no, there's like the parts of your lungs will get infected, and that's what the pneumonia is or whatever. But what was it? He was yeah, he's like he got dropped because of it. So like he I don't know what week he was. I don't remember what week he was on, but whatever week he was on, he had to do that week over. So he had to like sit out for like a few weeks until his pneumonia was gone, and then pick up with whatever like company was on that week that he was supposed to be at. But yeah, like if you have like anything, like I had to get my wisdom teeth pulled out, and like the same thing happened. Like they literally like ripped my wisdom teeth out of my face, dude. I don't know. Okay. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Like MCT is way worse because MCT is only 4 weeks, so it's a lot shorter. But if you get dropped on week 4 for anything, you have to start the whole thing over. Like if you get injured or something, you don't just get to pick up at the beginning of the week or anything. You have to do the whole 4 weeks over again. And it's like MCT is kind of worse than boot camp. It's worse in different ways. But like there's like less people yelling at you, but it's way more physically like challenging. Like you're doing way more physical stuff than you did in boot camp, or like harder physical stuff. And it's just as like fast paced. Like you get the weekends off. You get like your first weekend off, but you can't go anywhere. You have to stay on base. And then the next weekend you get Sunday to go off base, and then the third weekend you get Saturday and Sunday to go off base, and then the fourth week you graduate, so you don't go anywhere. But it's like less stuff to do than boot camp, but the stuff that you do is more intense than what was in boot camp. But yeah, like if you get dropped, you have to do all over. Wait. Oh, beginning of a phase, that would suck. Cause like, well, yeah, I don't know how long phases are in like Army or other branches, basic training is, but in Marine Corps, there's 3 phases and each one is a month long. So like, if you're on week 4, 3 weeks, okay. See, that's like, yeah, I was gonna say, if you're on like week 4 of phase 1 or phase 2 and you had to go back to the beginning, that would suck so bad. But when I got my wisdom teeth pulled out, so like, I don't know, dude. Like I don't know why they had to do it while I was in boot camp, but cause like I knew other Marines who got their wisdom teeth pulled out after boot camp, and like they got put under, put to sleep or whatever, and like they ripped them out or whatever, and it was fine. But when I did it in boot camp, they literally just like numbed my face a bunch. I was awake, and just like it looked like, I don't know, they just had like something to grab my teeth, grab my tooth, like it was literally just like a wrench that was just like grab the tooth, and then like the guy, like I've talked about this a million times, but like he just like grabbed my lower jaw and just like muscling the tooth out of my face, and my jaw, like none of it hurt because I was so numb, but afterwards my jaw was like the most pain, like in the most pain, more pain than anything else, because he's just like yanking my jaw like out of my mouth to like get a grip and just like leverage, like putting all his weight on my jaw. But as soon as I got back from that, like my face is all swollen, I'm like drugged up a million ways, and my drill instructors are like, oh, we got a malingerer. And I was just like, dude, are you serious? Like I literally can't even talk right now. Like, and like that's like the thing. So like you're always getting yelled at, you always have to yell, but when you have like dental stuff, you have to if a drill instructor is yelling at you, because they're gonna yell at you, and if you don't yell back, like if you don't sound off, they're gonna yell at you for that. But if you have dental stuff, you have to do like this. You like do like a little salute at your mouth basically, and that's like to let them know like, oh, he's got dental stuff, so he can't yell. But they'll still keep yelling at you. But like when I was leaving medical, it was literally like I went to medical, went to dental. I mean, you go to medical and then dental's right next door. But you go to medical, you go to dental. They ripped all my wisdom teeth out. I had to get stitches because they broke a tooth. I think it was down here. It was either down here or up here. It was on this side, but they broke a tooth. Had to cut my gums open to get the other pieces out and then stitch it up. Um, and but like I showed up, they numbed me up, ripped all my teeth out, and then sent me back like within like I don't know, probably like a couple hours. And so I'm like power walking back to my barracks, and a drill instructor like caught me and like started yelling at me, and I'm like power walking like doing this like I'm trying to get back to my barracks. But I'm just like, aye sir, whatever, like just like talking normally because I'm not supposed to yell or whatever. And he just like eventually left me alone. But like I power walk back, and then yeah, like I walk in and they're like, oh look, we got another malingerer back, because like I think a few of us had to get our wisdom teeth pulled out that day or something. But and then yeah, then they were just like, I had to like give them I had like painkillers or whatever for the pain, and I had to give it to the drill instructor. Like you have to give the drill instructors all your medication because they can't trust you to not overdose on it or something stupid, or sell it to other Marines. But like, yeah, like I went in, gave them my medication, and then just like, I don't remember, like started cleaning because they're like, all right, get a mop and start mopping. And I was just like, okay. And then like I had like I think I had like a week's worth of painkillers or something, and they gave me my painkillers like twice of that whole week because they were just like, nah. Like they either just like didn't call my name when it was like medicine time, because some people needed like medication or whatever, so they would be like, all right, like calling out your name, and you would line up at the door, and then they would give you your medication. Like the first day they called my name and I got up there, and then like the second day I don't think they called my name, maybe like the third or fourth day, but like whatever, like some other day they called my name and I went up there, and like I was just like, I didn't want to say anything because I was like, I don't know, you're like scared of your drill instructor, you're scared to say anything and get yelled at. But I was like, I don't know, they're probably also like they're probably taking my pills, because I don't know, why not? They can like do that, you know, just be like, you know, if we just don't call his name, what's he gonna do? Be like, hey sir, where's my medicine? And like we can scream at him and intimidate him to not take it, and then also just keep it for ourselves. But also, I don't know, like I was saying, like there's like a few of us who had our wisdom teeth pulled out, so like we were all on the same medication, and like I didn't feel like, all it did was just like make the pain go away, but all the other guys were like getting high off of theirs, like they're like tripping, not like tripping, but like they're like feeling good. And I'm like, man, I wish I could feel good. Like even the days that I had my medication, my painkillers, I was just like, yeah, at least I don't feel the pain. I still feel bad, like I feel miserable and whatever, but my jaw doesn't hurt, my gums don't hurt. Yeah, it was just like yeah, when I got out of boot camp and like went to the fleet and stuff, and everyone's talking about getting their wisdom teeth taken out, like my staff sergeant was like, oh yeah, I got mine taken out, you know, after boot camp, and you know, they put me under, or like whatever, like they did all this and that, and it was like a nice comfy experience. And I was like, wow, they literally just like, and like the guys who were yanking my teeth out, they were Navy guys, because we don't like, it's all corpsmen and Navy doctors at medical and dental, so it's not like a Marine was ripping my teeth out. It was a Navy guy who was just like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I don't know, I get to be aggressive, I guess. I don't know, I get to like yank someone's teeth out while staring them in the eye. No, he wasn't staring me in the eye, but it was just like, yeah, a miserable experience. What was it? There was something else. Those are the only things I had to go to medical for, though, other than like getting like other like normal inoculations and things like that. But like I don't know if you guys had to get the peanut butter shot. We call it the peanut butter shot, but it's like the shot you get in your butt, the penicillin shot that like makes your butt hurt. I never had a problem with that. Like I got those shots, like you get a few of those like throughout boot camp, and I never had a problem. But Chase was telling a story about how when he got his, he literally couldn't walk, and his drill instructors are yelling at him, and he's like, dude, I can't even, like, my butt is like, it's like cramped. I can't move it. I literally can't like bend my leg or like move my leg at the hip or whatever. Never got it. Oh, that's weird. I mean, like I was saying, the way Marines do stuff, like Marine Corps boot camp, is so barbaric. Because like when they do those like shots, it's literally like I feel like every other branch is probably like, oh yeah, you go in, see the doctor, he gives you your shots, and then you walk out. But in Marine Corps boot camp, you're in line and there's like a bunch of nurses all like basically back to back. So like a nurse will be like facing this way and a nurse will be behind her facing the other way, and then a nurse will be across from her facing her, and like it's like two columns come through, and you like snake through and go to like each nurse, and they just like stab you with something in the shoulder, stab you with something in the butt, and then you just like keep walking and go to the next station until you like leave. But like the peanut butter shot was like everyone comes out like limping and like massaging their butt and like walking weird, because like that one, it's like, it is like, I think they say they call it the peanut butter shot because it feels like you just get like injected with peanut butter in your butt cheek, and that's what it felt like. Like internally it was like, man, it feels like there's something like a solid, like, I don't know, like it doesn't feel like someone just like injected like, you know, a little liquid. It feels like someone stuck a stick in my butt cheek. But like I was saying, like I could feel it, and like I was like, oh, I think that's why they call it that, or like, you know, like I know why they call it or whatever, but I always like recovered pretty quickly from it. Yeah. Boot camp, dude. That's what I'm telling you, like people don't get it. People don't know. And that's why like when people ask like what branch, what do you think? What do you think about the military? I'm like, don't be a Marine unless you really want to, because like it's not, you don't get treated very well, even when you get out of boot camp and make it to the fleet, unless you get to like you get lucky and get like a good job, or just like lucky with good leaders and a good unit. Your life's gonna suck. Even with all that stuff, your life's gonna suck. Why did I even want to? I was telling Joe this story because like he was talking about Air Force stuff, and I was like, dude, I originally wanted to join the Air Force, and like I went to an Air Force recruiter's office. The recruiters were not there, and a Marine recruiter came out and was like, hey, what are you doing? And I'm like, I was waiting for the Air Force recruiters. My fault, my brothers had to do it. I literally told them. I think Chase didn't have enough time to like let me convince him not to, and Max was just like, well, since Chase and Rigo did it, I can't not do it. Like I went to go talk to Air Force recruiters. A Marine, they weren't there because they're Air Force, so they don't have to work. The Marine recruiter came out. I was like, what are you doing? And I'm like, waiting for the Air Force recruiter. Like, they're not coming back. And I was like, okay. And then I was like getting ready to call my mom, and he's like, why don't you come in here? Where's air conditioned? And I was like, okay. And then like I sat down and he's like talked to me, but I wasn't old enough yet. He started talking to me about like, he's like, why do you want to join the Air Force? Why not the Marines or whatever? I was like, I don't, because I wanted to be a pilot at first, but this was when I was like a sophomore, and he's like, okay, like how old are you? What grade? And I was like, you know, like 15, whatever, sophomore. And he's like, all right, well, we can't talk to you until you're a senior, so, you know, take these pamphlets and like just hang out. And then like he was just talking about being in the Marines and stuff like that, and I was like, you know what, that sounds kind of cool. And then happened to you every time you went to a recruiter's office? What, the Air Force guys just not being there, or like someone coming in being like, hey, come talk to me instead, or both? But anyway, then like I left, and I still like I wasn't convinced to join the Marines at that point, but I was like aware of the Marines now, if that makes sense. Like I was just like I said, I went to talk to Air Force recruiters because I wanted to be a pilot, or like learn about what it takes to be figure out what I need to know or do to be a pilot or whatever. And then like I hadn't like really, like I knew about the Army, I knew about all the other branches, but I was just like, I don't want to do any of those, I don't care about that. But the Marine talking to me was like, he like planted the seed. All the cool stories this man specifically curated to recruit people sound pretty cool, sound pretty good. That's what I was saying. This guy planted the seed, and I was like, and then like a couple years went by, and that same recruiter came to the school and was like, he talked to the band. He came to the band. I can't remember. He didn't like talk to us that much, but he like was just like, hey, you know, I'm Staff Sergeant Halstead. I'm a recruiter, and like blah blah blah. Play Modern Warfare. Yeah, exactly. That too. But that's what I was saying. Like he planted the seed, and so I started noticing like Marine stuff everywhere. not everywhere, but like in media and things like that, in games and stuff, that I was like, man, these guys are cool. I want to do this. And then he came to talk to the school, and I was like, that's the same guy that talked to me. And then I like went to talk to him afterwards, because he's like, yeah, if you want to like talk, I'll be here after class or whatever at lunch. And then I was like, hey, I talked to you like a couple years ago or whatever. And he's like, oh yeah, here, you know, take my card and blah blah blah. I want to be a sniper for 20 years. Yeah, exactly. And like that's what, like, when I went to like after like talking to him there, like I went home and was like, hey mom, I want to join the Marines or whatever. And she was like, okay, and then took me to the recruiter's office, and like I talked to a recruiter and was just kind of like, I mean, it didn't happen all like in that day or like right away or all like that, but it was just like thinking about it, and I was like, you know, it'd be like, I want to be a Marine. I want to do that. And that's why I say, like, when people ask me, like, you know, what do you think about joining the military? Should I join the military? I'm like, if you join the military, go Air Force. If you just want the benefits and just, you know, like a steady job or whatever, like, I don't know. You want security, go Air Force. But if you want to be a Marine, be a Marine. Go for it. Do it. Like, I don't regret it, but it's just like, I wouldn't recommend it unless you want to be a Marine. Because that's what happened to me. I wanted to be a Marine. And so then I did it. And yeah, like, I got lucky. That's why I say, like, unless you want to do it, don't do it. Like, don't do it unless you really, really want to do it. All right, good night. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep tight. Because, yeah, like, I got lucky. So, like, everything I went through in my enlistment was pretty nice compared to everyone else's experience.
Let's play it safe.
Excuse me. I probably shouldn't have protected there, because I could just heal that damage they did instead of wasting that turn. Why is that kid walking around? Also, I'm like, I was thinking about it last night, and like by the end of last night, I'm kind of like tuned out of this game. I like the, I don't know, no, I'm just gonna pray. I like this dress sphere system. I don't know, I like the combat for the most part. I just, like, I don't know, like, I've complained about it enough, but I don't like the active time battle with everything else going on. It's just like, it feels too, altogether it feels too chaotic. Like, there's too much going on. And, like, all they would have to do is either make it turn-based, which is, like, a pretty big change, or, like, not have everyone constantly moving around and sliding around the little, like, battle area. Like, just, like, go forward and come back to where you were. Oh, this kid's snitching? Oh, I should have just ignored him. Oh, that's that dude in the background. Or in the back line. I don't think you can hit him, right? I don't know how to pass turns. So, like, all I have in commands and, like, sub-commands is go right to escape. What did Yuna get hurt by? Also, Pain is getting hurt. Regen. Wait, was that what I wanted to learn? Oh, God. Just kill him. Oh, this is supposed to be a boss fight. This guy's either has a lot of health, or I'm supposed to be taking this more seriously than I am. But he's just a regular enemy in 10. Okay, yeah, he's dead.
Too easy.
Barely gave me anything. What was it? Abilities. 89%. Okay. All she has to get is full cure, and then she's done. Okay, yeah. Cool. And then we can put her on something else. Maybe gun mage. Holy fish. Hold on. It's gonna take forever, but cool. Demi sword. Oh, that's cool. Gravity on a sword hit. Maybe get delay attack after this. Depends on what it unlocks. If it unlocks something, it should, I think. Excuse me. But like I was saying, I feel like I'm kind of checked out of this game. Because, like, the stories... Why are these guys sleeping? I feel like if I would have talked to them, maybe they would attack me or something. But yeah, I kind of just want to, like... get the main stuff. Like, get the, what's going on with that Titus guy. And, kind of just be done with it. Because, like, none of the fan service is doing anything for me. Like, seeing Lulu and Waka was like, cool, and that was it. Then it was over. Like, that lasted barely anything. Seeing everyone else is, like, Kamari was kind of, like, fun for a minute, but, I think, like, at the end of the stream last night, I was just kind of sick of the LeBlanc and her goons, Ormi and, like, Logo or Logos or something like that. It's just like, dude, I've had to fight these guys so many times. Like, it feels like yeah, it feels like padding, like wasting my time to just like pad out the game length of just like, yeah, we're just gonna throw these bosses at you over and over again because we have nothing else to do. We have nothing else for you. And so it's like kind of like, yeah, it feels like they're not respecting my time. Wait, I can't go there. Oh, I'm supposed to go down though, right? Oh, maybe I'm supposed to jump to one of the sides? I mean, there's these other routes. Yeah, I just wish, like, I wish they, I don't know, like, I don't know if I would say I wish they took the game more seriously, but it's, I don't know, like, the tone shift is not doing it for me. It's not like, I'm not having fun with it like I think they wanted me to, or like maybe other people do, but it's not bad. It's just like, I just kind of want to get through it because, like, I know what they're doing and they're just gonna keep doing it, and so, like, that's not doing anything for me. And like I was saying, some of the stuff feels like padding and like not respecting my time in a way that I'm like, yeah, like, I don't really owe them, you know, my time, so I don't have to. What? Oh. The other one wouldn't let me. I was pressing X on it and didn't do anything. Let me see if it'll do it now. Oh, okay. Wait. Yeah, this one doesn't. So that one raises it up. This one raises it, or brings it down. I say raises it down. And stuff like that is like, feels like a lot of this game feels not forced, but what's the word? Like that right there, that whole sequence. Like this game's existence feels forced, and a lot of the stuff in it feels forced, I guess. Like I was saying, like padding kind of, because like.
Jeez, things really are a mess, huh?
I'll let them finish. Unless they're finished. But like this thing, whatever this is, I don't remember any sort of like mention or hint or anything to its existence in 10. So like it just feels like, I don't know, an
Wait,
excuse.
what are fiends doing in the temple?
The temples reek of secrets. Don't let a couple of fiends throw you.
Feels like an excuse to just reuse the characters and the setting. And then yeah, like a lot of stuff in. I'm not worried about, like, I don't mind reused enemies or whatever, or even like I was saying, reused settings and stuff like that. The thing is, like, oh wait, the LeBlanc, we only fought LeBlanc what, like twice maybe, but we fought Logos and Ormi like 5 or 6 times each or something, and like it's just like, please, like, I don't, like, give me something else. Like, yeah, I don't know. Wait. How do I say that? Mars Nadesico, or I don't know. How do you Mars? What's up? Oh, you know, you agree with everything I'm saying right now. That's like, so like, I don't like I was saying, I don't hate the game. I just, it feels, I don't know. A lot of the fan service is nothing for me. I'm just not a big fan service guy, because like I was talking about it before last night. I was playing I played through the Somnium Files games a couple months ago. Oh, I guess we don't need to worry about that now. Those games are filled with all kinds of like dumb fan servicey stuff that just like I didn't like, but I still liked the games overall. So like the fan service in this game is doing nothing for me.
It's a wrap.
And then yeah, like I was saying, like all the other stuff I just kind of like complained about is just like not making me like the game, but I don't hate it. I don't dislike it really. It's just kind of like I'm at a point where I'm like, I'm just gonna play through it and you know, try to be done with it as quickly as possible, but not skip everything, you know. Because I like the dress sphere stuff. I like the combat, like the dress sphere and the grids and things, the garment grids and things. I just don't really like the active time battle stuff. Like I miss the turn-based stuff of 10. I don't think they're weak against anything. I'm just gonna whack them. Yeah, like I like the dress spheres. And I like the way you level them, of having them equipped, and kind of like, I don't know, like I like grinding sometimes, and the way the dress spheres work and like the way you level them and learn abilities on them is the kind of grinding I am into, that I'm like, I might grind off stream too. Like I didn't do it today just because I had like a busier day than usual, and I played Splatoon instead. But like, well, Riku's not almost done. Yuna's almost done with White Mage. So once White Mage is done, but like I was saying, I like seeing some of these abilities and like how I can just like grind them out, and like learn a bunch of stuff on a bunch of different classes by just, you know, running around in a circle and fighting stuff over and over again. Because I was talking about how in 6, when you have Espers equipped, you can learn magic and things by just having them equipped and going through battles and stuff like that. And this feels like that, of like, yeah, you just equip the thing and do battles with it on, and then you learn stuff. And in 6, I spent a lot of time off stream just grinding Espers out and like making pretty much teaching everyone every spell possible. Until like the very end of the game, when I was like, all right, there's not enough time left in the game to teach everyone Ultima and whatever Raiden has. I don't remember what Raiden has. Mars. Okay, I don't know who Mars Nadesico is. Let me look it up actually. Oh wait, that was an anime? Martian successor. Oh, Nadesico. Yeah, or Nadeshko. Huh. Oh, let me read the rest of the message. Hold on. Wait. Enjoyment comes from not liking 10 as much as most do. 10 2 feels like a parody. That's what, yeah, that's kind of like my complaint. Like I was saying, I was talking about last night mostly, but this feels more like a silly, like, cause like 10 was like had like most like pretty serious stuff, and then like a lot of like comic relief and humor in it. But this feels like they kind of like flipped the balance to be like more humor than more serious stuff, and it's kind of a not what I was expecting and not really what I want. Wait, oh, most interesting content is hidden behind events. Most players, that's what like I've already noticed is that like, cause like I would get stuck. Like last night I was getting stuck, and the night before there was like spots where I'm like I don't know where I'm supposed to go, so I would like look it up, and like as I'm reading, people the guides are like, oh, make sure you talk to all these people for something that happens like 3 chapters later, and I'm like, oh, I'm already past that. I've already missed that, and so I'm like, well, I'm gonna miss that. 10 for people who don't like 10. That's kind of how it feels actually. Or like 10 for people who liked, I'm gonna say, okay, 10 for people who like the wrong things about 10. Because like all the stuff that like this game is giving me is stuff that I'm like, I don't know, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I was like. That's not why I liked 10. Like I like Riku's my favorite character, and so like giving me more Riku, I'm like, okay, cool. I want more Riku. I liked Yuna. I want more Yuna. But like the way they're doing it, I'm just like, oh, I didn't like that about them though. That's not like, Riku's cute and Yuna's cute, but I didn't want them to be like turned into,
Come get some.
I don't know. Pain gets all the good lines.
super girly, I don't know, exaggerations of their original personalities. Like Riku is now just like super bubbly and like, I don't know, whatever. And Yuna is turning into like, I don't know, I'm gonna say teenage girl, where in 10 Yuna is pretty like mellowed out and serious, and like, I don't know, I guess you could say like, oh, it's because she's opening up or whatever, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels like they were just like, we need to make her cuter, and that's how we do it. It's just completely change her personality. I know there's like the I haven't watched it yet, but there's like the Final Fantasy X Eternal something. It's like a, like I have this is the 10 2 remaster. So like when I open up the game, it's like Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X Eternal Calm, and then 10 2, and then 10 2 something else. But I think, I don't know if that Eternal Calm will explain her personality change, but I read that explains how we get here. But I was talking about it a few nights ago, but like the first time I started playing this, I was just like, I was wondering out loud during the stream at the beginning before I even started the game. I was like, I don't know what this is gonna be. Like, I don't know what to expect from this.
No problem.
Cause like I don't know what where they could go from the end of 10, other than like, I was like, I don't know, maybe Yuna goes around, because I know she's like the main character. Maybe she's going around, you know, trying to fix everything and like convince everyone, or like, yeah, like convince everyone or teach everyone about like the truth about you, Yevon, or whatever, and all that, and like just like fix things. And then the game starts and it's like all like LeBlanc is impersonating Yuna and dancing and singing, and then Yuna has a gun and like all this stuff, this Charlie's Angel like intro, and then every mission has like this weird like mission time like overlay, and then when you finish a mission it's like mission complete, and like all this stuff that it's like, it feels so different than 10 in a way. Like, yeah, I don't know, like it feels, yeah, like you were saying, it like it could have been a good standalone spin-off, but they attached it to 10 in a way that like gives you all these expectations and things for what it is or what it will be, but it's like completely different than all of that. I need to get rid of this poison, but it's gonna, like, it's quicker to just mash my way through this. So I can deal with the poison afterwards. Yeah, like right now the combat's not that engaging because I'm also just mashing my way through everything. Because it takes longer and more work to just actually strategize with these fights. But also I'm just trying to level stuff. Excalibur. I want to learn this delay attack first. Because, like, I was going to say, that's where I was, like, going. It's, like, these, like, the boss fights in this game are where I'm kind of, like, it's where I have fun with the systems. Because you actually get to play with them. And so, like, I want delay attack because I want it for boss fights. But it might not even work on any of the bosses. Because some of these breaks don't work. But some of them do work. I don't know. It's different than 10 at least. Where, like, in 10 you couldn't break anything outside of just normal enemies. Couple months before 10.2. Does nothing to explain Yuna's sudden change. Okay. Shows her jaded with the entire Summoner Savior culture. That's what, and that kind of, yeah, so I haven't seen that yet. I'll probably watch it. I might watch it after tonight's stream. I do want to watch it at least. I don't know how long it is, but hopefully it's not like a full-length movie. Like, I'll do like half an hour maybe if it's like a 30-minute thing. Maybe an hour. I don't know. I just don't want to watch like a 2-hour thing of post 10, but then if it's like a waste of time, because like, yeah, whatever. Anyway, but like, there's like moments in this game where that have happened so far where someone will bring up Yuna being a summoner or former summoner. She's kind of like, I'm done with that life, basically. And like, I think there's like a bit where Pain and Riku were making fun of her. They're like, oh, she can't stop trying to help everybody and save the day. And Yuna's kind of like, ugh, they're bringing up the summoner stuff again. But I don't blame her for that. And like, I don't mind that change. It's just like I was saying, she acts like, oh wait, what's this way? She acts way less mature than she was in 10. In a way that I'm like, how does someone get less mature after something like that? Also, how did this guy get here? He just like followed us. I don't think we need anything, especially since he's selling all the same stuff. Oh, oh, we didn't do any fights there. Okay, yeah, we're fine. I was like, I can't remember. I was like, wait, did Yuna learn the thing? But yeah, I like the dress sphere system and like being able to swap so quickly and easily and having access to so many different like jobs basically. Because it reminds me of Bravely Default or like, I don't know, I think other like Final Fantasy games do it too. But I haven't played any of them that let you change like this.
Let's go.
But yeah, just being able to be like, all right, you're now this, and just like swap it and not have to like level up a whole like separate skill tree and do all kinds of extra work, or like I don't know, do something like Fire Emblem where you have to like give them a book and basically reset the character. Everyone just followed us. I hate, like, they're probably looking at the dude, Vegnagun or whatever, but they won't let me see it. Oh, maybe not. But yeah, like I was saying before, logos, that is. It's okay. There is an S at the end. Um, Riku's toxic influence. I believe it, but also, like I was saying, Riku also has kind of become. I mean, it could be because I don't know. Everyone's gone. Her dad's not around. But well, the other thing is like her brother. Um, one of my friends compared him. He said he's the Jar Jar Binks of this game last night, and I was like, dude, that's literally what's happening here. Because like brother in 10 is like, I don't know. He's like, he doesn't really have much of a character, but he's pretty tame. And in this game, he's just like super flamboyant and loud and like intrusive in a way that is like, this the same guy? What happened? Basically, Sid leaving let Riku and brother just let loose, and then that got Yuna. Wait, Keysphere to Yevon. Talk to Nuge. Oh, I gave it to Nuge, the youth or whatever. Or what do they call it? No, the yeah, the youth league. Calls the Goldwings kids playing pirates, clinging to willful ignorance. I want to see that. Kind of sucks that I missed that because like, yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe I also don't want to see them get checked like that because I don't know. They are having fun, but it's also just like, what are they doing? They saved the world, and now they're like, yeah, playing as pirates. How do you go from saving the entire world to just like role-playing?
I don't take orders.
Watch the exit, LeBlanc, please.
But I'll make an exception this time. Leave it to us, love.
But yeah, like, I was complaining about fan service. I think one of the things with the fan service that bothers me the most is a lot of it lasts too long. And that's the same problem I had with it in the Somnium Files games. Wait. So do I have to avoid the red ones? Also, wait. The 3 control towers with blue lights. But the Somnium Files games, like, they had so much fan service that, like, it would show up and I'd be like, haha, funny, whatever, fan servicey thing. Oh, that's weird. Oh, dude. She's doing it again. But then it would just, like, keep going on. Or they would, like, bring back the same... They would do the same joke over and over again as, like, a recurring joke. But, like I was saying, it would just, like, go on for too long and come back too many times that I just started to get annoyed with it. That's how some of the stuff in this game feels. A lot of stuff in this game feels. These guys are kind of strong, so I'll do this. Oh, I didn't mean to go to the middle. Whatever. This is what I really like. It's just like how... I think I might have missed. Yeah, I have to like go back now. Whatever. Oh, what just happened? That was weird. My headset disconnected for a second. Oh, I should... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I can scan. But yeah, like I was saying, dress spheres and garment grids is such a cool thing. Weak to lightning, okay. Usually it's the correct choice. Oh, you get cut off. That's what. Okay, yeah. So like, I know there's different endings, and like when I learned that, I was just like, and like I like kind of, I didn't really spoil myself, but I like looked up what you need to do for certain endings. I did kind of spoil that. I guess there's like a whistling thing that I was like, oh, you're probably whistling for Tidus or something, because that was like in 10. That was a pretty important thing or whatever. But That's just my assumption after seeing that you have to whistle. Brothers on something. Maybe yeah, maybe it's like, maybe this is all a brother's dream, and he's just like, I get to fly around with Yuna and like get crazy. No, but oh yeah, but like seeing that there was like different endings, I was just kind of like, well, I'll try to get a good ending. I'm probably not gonna get the perfect ending. But then also, yeah, like just like knowing now that you like, if you pick New Yevon, getting cut off certain side quests, that's, why would they do that? And I guess like they would do that for replayability, but like I was saying before, some of the stuff like that right there too just feels like padding and not respecting my time. Not that games can't have multiple endings, but like multiple endings are different, you know, events. But like I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, this is Yuna. I was like, what happened to all of Payne's moves? What was I saying? Yeah, like having it be kind of like locked. I mean, I guess like that's a pretty major choice to make. So like locking some stuff behind which side you pick, basically, kind of makes sense. But hurry up and change. Okay. I should actually just heal. What was it? Yeah, I don't know. Like the thought of having to play this game again just to do some side quests, it's kind of painful. Like, I know you could get through it faster, I guess, on your second playthrough, but JRPGs are long. Like, I looked this game up and like how long to beat this game, and the thing said 30.5 hours, and I was like, all right, that's like not that long for a JRPG especially, but to do, wait, let's have her do that. And then break this guy some. Okay, great. Oh, she's already there. Oh, he's gonna kill her. So I was complaining about this last night. I don't think I've complained about it yet tonight. But so one of the things I hate about this new active time battle, like going from turn-based to this active time battle, is not knowing when the enemy's gonna go. Like, I know they have their own meter that's filling up, but not being able to see it. So not being able to know what's coming and when is just like frustrating. Like right there, he's doing that, so I know that's coming. But like those attacks, the regular auto attacks on Yuna was just like, I was like, let me try to get this scan off. But if I would have seen his meters fill up, I probably would have just swapped her back to White Mage instead and tried to just protect and shell and stuff like that. I think he's aiming at Pain. Hopefully he's aiming at Pain. I just want to scan real quick. No weaknesses. Immune to gravity. Okay. Can I... That was pretty strong. At least it wasn't Yuna. Okay, but then he goes... But that's like right there. Like, it feels kind of unfair the way they take their turns. Because, like, he did that move where he charged up forever, blasted, and then immediately took another turn. And that keeps happening in a lot of these fights. I put my tongue. Where, like, they'll do something, and I'm like, all right, they took their turn, so I have, you know, a little bit of time. And then they'll just do something immediately again. I'm like, okay, well, they went twice, so now I have some time. And then they'll do something else again. Or they'll have, like, their big move that they're, like, winding up. I'm like, okay, he did his big move. Now it's time to recover. And then he just, like, one-shots another character immediately after. And I'm just like, I wish I could see so I can, like, know, like, okay, I don't have time to do something. I should just do something else. Because, like, last night there was a bunch of instances where I had like they would do something and I would throw a potion or like go to use a potion or a healing move on someone else, but they would go immediately again. Like they would do their move, hit someone. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna heal that person now, and I would like go to heal them, and then they would hit like kill them before I could even heal them. Like they would do another hit and kill them before I heal them. So then the potion goes to someone else who doesn't need it, and I'm like, well, like that was a waste of a turn. I wouldn't have tried that if I would have known they were going to just hit me again, you know. But I can't see that, so I can't tell. Which is why I want the delay attack on Pain, so I can just like hit them with delay attacks constantly and reduce how many turns they get. Play the game twice for 100%. 2 endings. All depends on. Oh, all depends on whether you whistle. Okay. When is it true ending? If you 100%. So that's the one. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like I don't think I'm gonna get the true like 100%ing ending. Need a guide if you. That's what. So like, yeah. I don't think like. I already decided that I'm probably not gonna get that one. But then like I was saying, once I like started looking stuff up because I'm like, oh, I'm stuck, or how do I do this one? Seeing that I had already missed other things, I was like, okay, yeah, there's no way I can get 100%. Because the thing is saying like, okay, this is the second time you're talking to this guy. And I'm like, wait, this is the first time I'm talking to this guy. And they're like, yeah, if you did everything I told you to do last time, this will go differently. And I'm like, I didn't do any of that. So I'm just like, well, I'm missing stuff already. Oops. Which is fine. Like I'm not like. It's one of the annoying things right there. Like I was saying before. I literally pick her up and then he just kills her immediately because I thought I would have time. I thought I would have time to at least pick her up and maybe have Yuna take a turn, or I guess Pain was already preoccupied, but I didn't even get to play. Also, I don't know if you were here when I was complaining about it earlier, but like the dress sphere stuff, the dress sphere garment grid stuff is cool. The active time battle and like the way everyone moves around on the field, like all of it combined makes it too chaotic to me. Like there's too much going on. If they would just like, if it was turn-based, it would be way more manageable. Or if everyone just like reset, like if it was like 10 where they're all like lined up and they go attack and they hop back to where they were, I think it would be a lot less frustrating. Because last night there was like a bunch of instances where the camera kept shifting because the characters kept getting pushed around, and then like, yeah, like the numbers where they're like people are like lined up in a way that the numbers are popping over, and I'm like, I don't know who's actually getting hurt. Like yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they have everyone sliding around and moving if moves don't really matter like that. Because I was talking about like, I think it's like the Tales games. I don't remember. There's like some JRPG games where characters move around on the field like this, but it matters because if you cast a spell and someone like leaves the area, they're not going to get hurt by it and stuff like that. But this game doesn't have that. You just select your target and they'll run all the way over to that person and hit them. And I guess like if they're farther away, it'll take more time, so that like gives them time to fill up their turns or whatever. But I don't think that matters that much. Like everyone's so close. Like no one's ever been far enough away that like that's been a problem, or had any kind of excuse me, effect on anything. I'm just gonna keep hitting him with the power break until he does like 0 damage. Whatever. He has no. Oh, I didn't look at how much HP he has. I should have looked at that, so I kind of know where we're at. I don't know if shelling will help with anything. Oh, I should have. Yeah. So this is my problem. Or my fault. But I knew that attack was coming, and I like went to shell instead of just waited to heal Pain after getting hit with that. Okay. He's trying to haymaker again. But see, like right there, he did that like rocket punch, the blast punch or whatever, and then didn't haymaker right away. So it's like, okay, I just got unlucky that other time for some reason. He was able to just haymaker immediately. Okay. Can I just walk on this? Yes. Oh, wait. Did anybody learn anything? Overcompensated for that flaw in 13? Wait, which one? I remember, I was talking about, cause like what, I played through 6 and 10 pretty recently, and 10 was actually like a month ago, sometime in October, last month, because it was like up until like a week or two before Halloween I was playing 10, but like playing through 10 and like people coming in and talking to people about all the different Final Fantasy, because I played 4, 6, I've beaten 4, I've beaten 4 Final Fantasy, I've beaten Final Fantasy 4 and the After Years, I've beaten 6, I played 7, I've beaten 10, I'm playing 10-2 now, I've played 11, I've played 12, played 13, and a lot of 14. I don't know if you played 14, but I love that game so much. Haven't played 15. I'm probably gonna play 16. But like talking about the different combat systems, because 10 has a turn-based, which like pretty much every other Final Fantasy does. Can I? What is this one? Why is this? It doesn't have red or blue. Oh, now it's red. But 10 is turn-based, where everything else is active time like this. But like, and 13 I don't think is active. At least it's not active like this. I don't remember. But that's what, like, I was saying, like, I remember playing 13, but I never finished it, and I don't remember. Oh, I should go around. Oh wait. Oh, I'm scanning. Oh, that's not good. I should swap. But I was like thinking like, oh, maybe I should do something with white magic for her, but she has no white magic. But yeah, I was saying, like, I remember liking 13's combat system at the time, but I don't know. I don't remember why or what. I remember it had like the I can't remember how to. I don't know how to explain it, but like you would have like kind of like classes, like you. No, not like classes, whatever. Like you would assign your character like, oh, this is your role, kind of, and you can like alternate around, like swap characters around to be whatever you want, basically. But there's something else about the combat that I liked, and I think I liked that system, but I don't remember. Like I think I also had problems with it, but I don't remember what those problems were. Oh. Ruckus Wolf, what's up? Thanks for the follow. I heard, like, that was so quiet. I don't know why the alert was so quiet. It's usually, the alerts are usually loud enough that they scare me. I guess that one was like a more quieter one, because that's Lulu, Suzuhara Lulu, from Niji Sanji, but she graduated a while ago. But she's out there, if you know where to look. What's Watsagashi Uno? That's her new incarnation. Automates a lot of combat. More focused on switching. That, and I think that's what I liked about it, was the switching classes. But I don't remember. I know a lot of people. I never finished 13, and I didn't finish it because I got sick of how linear it was. I also didn't like snow. But I know a lot of people, like, that's one of the more negatively, what do you call it? So one of the least liked least liked Final Fantasy games, I guess. But it's kind of mixed, because I know a lot of people really like it, and a lot of people like Lightning, and I don't know. Lightning's cool, but I don't think she's that great. What am I looking at? Oh, she's the only one who needs healing. Oh wait, we're not done yet. Pain's done. I guess I'll just pray. Oh, I should armor break him. Or power break. I guess armor break. I don't know. Kill him faster. Oh, he's doing that. Well, she's fine. She'll survive it. I'll keep armor breaking. So we can kill him faster. Because he can't... Well, he can't one-shot us, but he can two-shot us. Like, if this blast punch goes off, he can haymaker her. Oh, no, he can't kill her with a haymaker, because she has a lot of defense. Oh, I meant to heal Pain, not Riku. Why did that happen? He's doing it again. Okay. Stamina tablet. Oh. I guess that was one I was supposed to do or something. Or maybe I just have to do 3 of them and it doesn't matter which ones I do. Oh, she's already super low on MP. There's probably a save point though at the bottom. So that's how, like, that's one of the things I really like about this game, at least. Like, there's so much quality of life stuff, I think. They've moved save points around in a way that there's always like a save point right before a boss fight, so you can heal and save right there. All right, I'm gonna, okay, I'm still gonna protect. I'm gonna armor break. I'm not even gonna go around the thing. I guess I could just do the same thing as last time. So it's pretty quick. That's like I was saying, I really like... Stop hitting her. I like this stress sphere stuff, this sphere grid stuff. How quick it is once you get through all the animations. I'm gonna shell, because why not? That's not... Okay, that's fine. Oh, not power break. Whatever. Nice. Yeah, going around is definitely worth it. The damage is like so much more. Barely takes any time. They don't think it's as scary because, like, if I get caught on a class that has low health, they can just kill them. Because that's happened to me a few times already. Of just like, I'm like just trying to get around the grid real fast, and then someone is on black mage or something, and they just get punched and killed instantly. Oh, okay, so I have to just do the blue ones. Oh. Wait, isn't this guy in 10? He looks familiar. Also, I should have... Oh yeah, because this is the guy, you fight this one... In 10, you have to like hop around the platforms, I think. Precepts guard. Well, his name wasn't Precepts guard in 10. Or its name. Now I'm afraid to like cycle classes. Oh, that's not that bad. I'm gonna protect first. Actually, I'll scan him since I'm here. Can't be scanned. Nice. Weak against holy. Oh, we don't have any holy though, right? Because we're learning holy fish, but we don't have it yet. We might learn it in this fight. Never attacks head on. Commands a fearsome array of magical attacks. Okay. So I should shell. Also, why do you steal our MP? He has 99.99. So Pain has no MP, so I can't really do any breaks. I'm thinking about sending Yuna around, but I'm afraid to get caught. Like, to have her not be white mage and we need to heal and then be stuck. Where has Excalibur? She doesn't have Excalibur yet. I'm still, like, I'm trying to... Oh, no, I'm not. Am I learning it? I don't know. I think I set her to learn delay attack right now. So she's not going to learn Excalibur yet. But she does have it, like, on the list. I just have to set her to learn it. I don't know. I'll just do this. Oh. Cause yeah, we have no Excalibur yet. I wanted to learn it because it's holy, but okay. Oh wait. Well, Riku didn't get hit with it. But yeah, I was like, I want a delay attack, but like we don't even have it in time. Like I want a delay attack for boss fights like this. But I don't know if I can even delay bosses. Wait, I don't think he had any weaknesses. So I just whack him. He keeps stealing Yuna's MP. Oh, we also... Oh, that sucks because they're slow. So if I dispel it, they get rid of all the other stuff too, huh? I could just assault. Wait. Is it Asuna to get rid of slow? I thought you had to dispel it. Because don't you have to dispel haste? That's so lame. I dispelled all that stuff for nothing. I thought you had to dispel. That's the whole reason I did that. Death. That's not good. He landed it. I feel like every instant death move has landed on my characters. I don't know if they can even miss in this game because like every time someone's done something like that, it's hit. Oh, that means we gotta rebuff Riku too. I think I'm just gonna give up on buffing. I'm gonna send her around. Nice. I was about to get rid of the slows and then assault. I like the dress spheres, and I like how they actually change outfits and have different animations and all that. It's pretty fun. It's pretty, like, it's one of the things, like I was saying, if a lot of this feels like padding and like an unnecessary sequel and all that. How do I actually get down there though? And like reused assets, but then you get stuff like that. Like I was saying, all the different dress spheres having their own animations and transformations and things like that. That it's like, okay, I mean, they put the time in here at least. But like one of the things I was talking about last night is like Yuna, Riku, and Pain have Yuna and Riku have new models, and then those three have like a lot of facial expressions and animations that none of the other characters get, but it's because they got these new models, so they have the ability to do that. Because all the other models, all the other characters are just this reused stuff from 10, and so it's like sometimes seeing that, it's like, okay, they just oh, I should use an antidote actually. But yeah, seeing like all that stuff was just like, oh, they're just reusing stuff. But then you see Yuna, Riku, and Pain make different faces and expressions, and it's like, oh, well, they can do that. And then what was it? Yeah, all the dress sphere animations, and like the transformations from one to the other, like in and out, and then also like once you're set on something, they have like Riku on Festival, she like eats a little cotton candy and stuff, and then they have different victory animations and things like that. I don't know, it's cool. I like it. But wait, I'm afraid to use an ether because I don't want to run into a save point soon, because we haven't seen one in a while. Oh nice, they just gave me a bunch of ether, so now I can use it without feeling like I wasted it. But I don't know, I still feel like overall, I feel like because they put all the work into Riku, Yuna, and Pain's models and dress spheres, they were like, yeah, we have to cut corners everywhere else, and just copy paste stuff around. Even though the whole game is basically copy pasted, because it's just the whole game. Yeah, I'm gonna learn this Excalibur now, because it's gonna take both Riku and Pain forever. Because I had her on this holy fish, but she's still super far from it. I do want this, but I don't know. We can get it later. I needed Excalibur there. I needed something holy. She's about to get this. I don't know what I would want to do with her after this stuff. Warrior. Also Festivalist. I guess I could go back to like this, but I don't want to. These feel broken, but also I don't like losing Riku and Pain for these, even though these are like broken. So when I have this out, when I have her as the flower, there's no fear of actually losing or dying. I guess I could put her as a black mage. We have all the elemental stuff on Riku with the Festivalist. I think I would just have her as a warrior or a gun mage. Probably gun mage, so I can scan stuff at will. Oh, whatever. See, I didn't have that much HP. Oh, I didn't mean to. I thought Pain was going next. He's not gonna kill anybody. Okay. I thought this guy only had like 1400 HP. Okay, maybe he does. Maybe he had like 20 something actually. He lived longer than I thought he would. I wish I had a mini-map. I wonder why I don't have a mini-map, because like everywhere else I've been, it's been there. Okay, I remember these guys, they do like a bunch of damage when there's only one left or something. Or they get stronger when there's only one left. Oh, nice. She learned it. Now I'm afraid that she'll die. I'm gonna scan one just to see how much HP they have. 1270. Wait, strength concentrating in its legs. Oh, maybe it's different in this game. In 10, I'm pretty sure it was like a thing of like, oh yeah, if there's one left, they have like a stronger attack or something. Maybe they still do it and it just doesn't say anymore. I didn't see how much damage she did. It couldn't have been that much. No. Also, Pain did 800 there. Nice. Okay. She has everything on White Mage. Oh, they give it a little crown. Let's see. What's she learning? Shell Cracker. I want Killosaurus. No, let's see. No, I do want Shell Cracker. Or no, maybe I get Fiend Hunter. I don't even know what Fiend Hunter is, but I guess I'll learn all of it, but I feel like I should learn this first for whatever reason. Because it's a passive. Okay. This feels like a horror game. Like the music, and then when I was walking up those, like, the flags that are right there, they, like right there, you can see them at the top of the screen, like the way they started coming down, made it look like, something was dripping from the ceiling or something. Sorry, I feel like a horror game. Whoa. Oh, an item? Downtrodder. Oh, I haven't looked, I think I picked up another one at some point. Maybe not. Equip Gravity Eater. Gravity Strike. Use Demi. Double HP. I don't know. Sounds cool, but I don't think I need it. Double HP seems sick, but I don't think I need it. That didn't help. I want to make sure how much this guy has. 19. Okay, that's more than I thought. I guess I could just assault. Because, I'm just spamming attack right now. It'd be scary if this guy kills us, though. But am I be able to kill him before he attacks? No. Before he kills? No. Yes. Nice. I thought the haymaker would do more damage. Okay, so like this is a moment where I would be like, I don't know what I'm missing. Oop. So I'm looking it up. Cause I don't want to run around. Like I'm talking about not having patience. Am I supposed to go lower? Hold on. Oh, do I have to hit all of them? Oh, I can get a ribbon, but I don't care. Okay. Jump on one tower. I was trying to jump on these towers. It wasn't working. I'm like literally holding circle. Oh. Wait, what? Okay. Maybe I had to do it on the right tower. I tried to do it on the left tower, but it didn't work. Caught me in the air. Why can't I learn anything? Weak to water. Okay. Wait, not assault. Why do we need Riku to use the fish? I know it's like I'm wasting some of those, but I have so many. I was talking about it at the beginning. I have like a billion potions, and every time I use a bunch, the next time I check, I have more than I had last time, and I'm like, I can't use enough of them. So I might as well waste them.
Hey! Uni! That sphere with you-know-who in it. Wasn't it recorded here?
Oh, was he in one of those cages?
Get your head out of the clouds and move it!
We're literally clearing the way for them, and she's just like, she's mad because we stopped clearing the way.
There's a connection. Everything is connected. I can feel it.
Where's LeBlanc? Probably have to ride these. Cause I think I saw a door on the other side. Saw all your potion. Plus you paid off Owaka's debt. I heard about that last night. And I was like, I don't know, it's cool that Owaka's back, but I don't want to pay off his debt. It's his debt. We also gave him a bunch of money in 10. How much more of our money does he need? Oh wait, oh but so you can get potions at a discount from, well, oh god. What is this one? It's like lit up. I can't use it. I haven't found Owaka yet. I mean, I haven't explored. I haven't got to every area yet. But yeah, I was like reading about something last night, and it was like, oh yeah, you can pay off Owaka's debt, and I was like, oh, okay. I wonder if Riku can do it by herself. Okay, good. So yeah, having the other two focus the other one. What am I missing? The encounter rate, I don't know. It's weird because like outdoors it feels really slow or like low. Like there's more time between encounters, but once I get into like a dungeon like this or something, it gets like turned up a lot and I kind of hate it. It's really easy to run though, at least, but it's just like, oh, I was afraid he was gonna kill her. But yeah, it's just like annoying because this is where all the puzzles and stuff are. This is where they want me to do all the platforming. But then every time I take a step, that's why I was like, that's why I looked it up what I needed to do, because I was like, I don't know if I miss something and I don't want to run all the way back and deal with all these encounters. If I don't have to, because what would have happened would I would have been like, okay, I think I missed something, so I would have ran all the way back and then been like, oh wait, no I didn't, and then ran all the way back this way and just like dealt with all those encounters. Am I going for 100%? No. It's my first playthrough. I usually, like, unless it's real easy to get 100% on my first playthrough for a game, I usually don't go for 100%. But I also don't, like, I've already missed a bunch of stuff, and like I don't like this game enough to do that, to go for that. Like, I know there's like a different ending, but I'll just, oh, I should have used a fish. I'll just watch them on my own. Like, I'll get whatever ending I get and then just look up the rest. I should scan this guy, because he has a red shadow on his text, so he's harder. Like, I already noticed that, but oh, a lot harder. Well, not a lot harder, but he has like 2.5 times as much health. Mascot dress sphere on chapter 1. What do you have to do for that? Is it too late for me to get that? I know I've seen the mascot dress spheres. I think, like, I know someone is in a Moogle outfit, I think. Oh wait, the lower its HP gets, stronger lightning magic becomes. So this one even has like a different description. Beat the Youth League Cup in the Fiend Arena. Okay, I haven't done any. I did like one of those like creature things. Like, I caught one and then I went into one tournament and then made it all the way to the final round and then lost. And then I was like, all right, I don't want to mess with that ever again. It's just like, I don't know. It feels like you don't have enough control over it for me to want to keep doing it. But I'm sure there are like strategies that you can use to get through it pretty consistently. But I just, like I was saying, this game, I don't like it enough to do all that. Alright, I'm running from this one. This guy takes too long to kill. Take some setup. That's what, could you also get to, like, someone was talking about it last night, but they were saying that they got to level 99 in chapter 1 because of the, the tournaments that you can do or something like that. Just jump. How do I get down there? I can't.
What's this? High Summoner Yuna? I was
Oh.
wondering who was there.
And you are? Baralai, the praetor of New Yevon.
Wait, so you were the bad guy?
Harsh words. You don't have to tell me. I know why you've come. You're here to destroy the weapon that threatens all Spira, Vegnagun. Am I right? If it could be destroyed, we would have done so long ago. But Vegnagun must not be touched. Neither you nor Nuge seem to understand that.
You talked to Nuge?
He cannot be trusted.
And you can be?
I was about to say, and this guy can be?
Touche. Yes, I suppose Yevon has brought that distrust
Chaos.
upon
This
himself.
one. Is it Gnosis for us? First chaos? Is
At
that
any rate, you need not interfere. Leave Vegnagun to me.
what do you call it? Is that from a
What are you planning to do?
The only
Strangers of
thing I can
Paradise?
do. Keep those who would seek to harm Vegnagun.
Oh,
away.
Xenosaga. Okay. I just anytime someone talks about chaos, I think they're talking about Strangers of Paradise.
I'm going.
Pain.
Dude, every time someone says her name, why is he yelling? Like there's like 2 instances early on where they're like, "This is Pain," and they're introducing her, but they just say, "This is Pain," and it sounds like because her name is Pain, it's like it sounds like they're like, "This is Pain," like introducing or like talking to is Pain, and then there's like another part where Pain introduces herself to someone, and she just says Pain, like that's her name, and it's just like, if you didn't know, like if you just walked up to someone and someone was like, "This is Pain," you'd be like, "What?" And is her name Pain? And then if someone walked up to you and you're like, "Hey, I'm Rigo," and then they're just like Pain, and you just be like, "What?" But then this guy right there, he's just like Pain, and then the fight starts and he's screaming like he's in pain. I don't know. It's funny. What? Oh, that scan comes out so fast. No weaknesses. His actions are decidedly suspicious. But I haven't played Xenosaga. One of my friends, he's played, okay, I don't know how they're related, but he's played all 3 Xenoblade games, or Xenoblade Chronicles. Not X, but 1, 2, and 3. And he started playing Xenosaga like a week ago. But then he like started it and then stopped and just hasn't touched it again. Like he was streaming it. And then hasn't gone back to it. And I'm like, what the heck? Strangers of Paradise has chaos with a capital C. Xenosaga has lowercase chaos. And original FF has all caps chaos. I haven't played Strangers of Paradise, but I think I know the ending. I think I got spoiled. I mean, I don't plan on playing it, but I got spoiled on the ending, kind of. But yeah, like I was saying, like anytime chaos, I hear someone talk about chaos, like the concept now because of Strangers of Paradise, I assume that's what they're talking about, or that's what they're referencing. All right, I'm gonna swap back because I should buff everybody real quick.
It's not over.
Oh, also I should swap around like this. He's looking at Yuna. He wants to kill her now. Full cure costs so much. Oh, and status ailments. I didn't know that. I thought it was just like max HP. I didn't think that Phoenix Down suffer. That's all over MP, dude. Yeah, I would have I don't know what to do. He's so fast. Wait. First 2 games have serious pacing issues. Don't consider much worse than original 10, Final Fantasy 10, but how many agree? I haven't played any of the Xenosaga games. And like I was saying, I've only seen the first couple hours of what my friend streamed. So I don't know like anything about them, other than they're like old JRPGs. But I don't know. Like he's playing them because they have some relation to Xenoblade Chronicles somehow. I think. Because someone brought it up and he said like, oh, there's like references in Xenoblade Chronicles or something like that. So now he's playing them, or he started playing Xenosaga to like understand them more or something, but then he dropped it immediately. Hold on, what do I want to do here? High potion. I'm surprised Pain took so much damage from that one attack. Also, why is... Oh, Yuna stopped. I was like, why is Yuna taking so long to get a turn? Do I just have like a unstop? No. I have plenty of remedies, I guess, but... God, that's annoying. I didn't even realize. This guy's obnoxious. I can't even, like, get a chance to, set up. He's so fast. Okay, what now? 2 has explicit references to Xenosaga. Other games not so much. Have you played Xenoblade Chronicles games? I want to. I haven't played them. I played a little bit. I played like maybe like the first 5 or 10 hours of 2, but that's it. And I'm planning on playing all 3 of them soon. Just don't know when. Like once I finish this game, I don't know what I want to play after. But I don't want to jump right into I don't want to go like JRPG to JRPG. Even though they play pretty differently, I want to like squeeze something in between. But I do want to get through them. But my friend, like, he's like obsessed with them. And I'm like, I'm curious now, because I never cared about the Xenoblade games until 2 came out and Nia, because I like cat girls a lot. And so I played it for Nia, and then I don't know, I dropped the game for something else. Like I just put it down for too long, and then by the time I wanted to get back to it, it had been too long that I was like, like I would have to start over. I don't really want to start over. I'll just wait until sometime in the future. And then 3 came out, and seeing everyone talk about it, I was like, I want to be a part of the conversation. And then my friend talking about it, I want to be a part of the conversation. Okay, he can steal Riku's MP. I don't care. I want to swap around, but I can't. He's so fast. Like, what is he doing now? Oh, Demi again. Is he about to die? Oh, he is dead. Okay, maybe that's why he's so fast and strong, is because he doesn't have that much HP. I don't know.
Sorry, I'm going ahead.
You have your reasons. Fill us in later, okay?
Much later.
Wait up!
Wait,
With so many things
they were just like, yeah, go ahead, go on ahead, and now Riku's like, wait up.
could be waiting where the threads meet.
Xenoblade 3 is the only other Xeno game with a prominent presence of cat girls. I know, yeah, I know. Or, well, I didn't notice. Like, I probably would have played 1 if I caught wind of cat girls being in it. But I know Xenoblade 3 has Mio or whatever is one of the main characters. And that's like, if those games didn't have cat girls, I would probably not consider playing them at all. But I also really like Nia's English voice actor, her English and Japanese, because when I started playing 2, I was swapping back and forth between English and Japanese because I didn't know what language I wanted to use, because I like the voices in both. But what was it? Yeah, too, like, Nia's voice actor, I was just like, man, that accent is so
It's an
good.
Aeon.
Also, yeah, isn't this Bahamut? What is he doing here? He looks different.
An
He
Aeon.
doesn't have his gold trim anymore.
You must stop.
You want to get killed? We have no choice. Fight! You have to!
Oh god. She gonna not fight? First. That kind of sucks. We should get rid of that. Okay, that's not bad. Or fine. I like how she's hopping. Pain. I guess I'll just do this. I don't want to rotate around until everyone else is done with Yuna. Wait, now I don't think I can. Because he's doing something. Ugh. Too much damage. Why is he going again? Hurry up. It's the same thing. Now. Oh, he's counting down. Oh, God. What can I even do? But I don't think there's a defend. At least I haven't seen any defend option. Like, the only thing I can think of is just put everyone on warrior or something and hope they have enough HP to survive. Now we just spam like this until he casts. I should have scanned him while I was on blue mage or gun mage for a little bit. Press on the main. The only thing I have is right to go to escape and then left to come back. Left doesn't let me do anything. Because I think that's what it was in 10. But not in this. Like, the only options I have are pressing right for escape. Please don't kill everybody. They're all protected and shelled. I know it doesn't help. At least it didn't help in 10. Like, Aeon moves. Oh, that didn't do that much at all. Never mind. Why was I scared? I was actually pretty afraid of dying there. He did. Oh, she's on the right class. That was baby damage. Wait, did... Yeah, Yuna has the buff. His impulse does more damage than that did. What? It might be because I swapped everyone to warrior like that. Yeah, this does, that does more. I was gonna say maybe it doesn't do that much more. I want to see how much it does to pain, but it did more to pain than what's it called? Mega Flare did what do you call it? Yeah, I don't know. That was Not as scary as I thought it would be. Like, this is scary. Because he does it so quickly. Like, he does it so much. Also, why is everyone so slow now? What happened? I probably don't need a Curaga. I could have just been Cura-ing. I'm gonna leave everyone on their classes. Just to see. Nice. I'm surprised there was no... Oh, I guess Pain does have some MP now. I was gonna say, I'm surprised there was no healing point like throughout this whole thing, because I was talking about how they put healing points, like save points, before every boss fight. Cause yeah, like I was gonna say, Pain has no MP, so I can't be breaking him. But now that, like, as soon as I said that, I looked at her MP. She has 60 MP, and I was like, wait, when did she get 60 MP? She was at 1 for like the longest time. Kill him. No. Okay. Or fine. He's giving up. Is he out of MP? Now he's just punching us. Cool. Wait, what did we get? Something
Why
bagged?
is this happening? I wish you were here with me.
These moments feel so weird because, like, I was like, have been talking about the rest of the tone of the rest of the game is so different. So when these moments come around,
We had to fight it, didn't we?
it's kind of jarring. Like I was saying last night, I was like, if 10 is like 70% seriousness, 30% humor and like silliness, this is like 70% silliness and then 30% trying to be serious.
You think it was Vegnagun?
Oh, what's up, Jameson? That's what... Wait,
Unreal. How deep do you think it goes?
is that new?
What?
Vegnagun
Where's
go
Vegnagun?
into that hole? Okay.
Not here.
It must have fled in terror,
that's
knowing
what I'm
I was
saying.
coming.
Like that moment feels so weird. It's hard to like
don't
take it
think so.
too seriously because of how the rest of the game is.
I must report to Nuji Wuji at once.
Like you go from the serious scene
Boys,
to
record
here,
this. Don't
where
miss
she's
a single detail.
this annoying character is saying
Yes, boss.
Nuji Wuji.
Vegnagun. Was it really here?
This isn't how it was supposed to be. The eternal calm. I can feel it crumbling, falling away
He's a
from
new
beneath
sin.
our feet.
Oh, that's what I was saying though.
We are in Super Toto. Get back to Celsius on the devil.
Last night I was talking about how this Vegnagun thing is so, like, you don't get anything about it in 10, and they talk about it being this super weapon or whatever, and it's like, well, why didn't they use it to stop Sin at some point? But I don't know. There might be an excuse or a reason, but if it's, I don't know. Like Yevon, they weren't afraid of using Machina in other situations, so like, that's not an excuse. Excuse me.
Trouble, and I mean big time. Fiends are pouring out of the temples.
Which ones?
Only all of them. It's a freaking state of the
But see,
emergency. What should we do?
like I was talking about, this scene right here, like you go from this weird moment where it's like, wait, why is there an Aeon
But seeing you now there
and
could
Yuna
calm
is
me
like
down.
having
You'll expect her to
PTSD,
do the dirty work.
and then you immediately go to all
Yeah,
this
but
like
Yuri wants to help, don't you?
obnoxious, loud characters and fan service and silliness.
Hey, I got an idea.
That's what I'm saying. That's what. Yes, Jameson. That's exactly what I've been saying.
You mean
It's
taking
just
out
like
fiends and charging
I like
for
10
it?
a lot, and then coming to this, it's like such a weird.
What do you think?
It's so different.
Well, why not?
And
We can help out people
I think it
who are
was
in
Mars
trouble, then
who was
sure.
saying it earlier, but
That means
if this was like its own standalone spin-off instead of like attached to 10, it'd probably be a lot better. I would probably like it a lot more. Because it's attached to 10, I have these expectations and like what's the word?
What could this mean? Maven knew took a youth lead.
I don't know, like this like
And Bearlight Praetor of Nieven gone. They've disappeared.
idea of what the game is supposed to be, and then this comes along and it's like so different from 10. It's just like the same models, like the same setting and characters, but like everyone is completely different and everything is completely different. It almost feels like an alternate like reality, alternate timeline or something. Wait, huge lore dump somewhere by the old expedition guy in this game or in 10? I was wondering about that last night actually. So I was like, I wonder if that one guy, okay, in this game, I was like, I wonder if that one old guy is in here just like lore dumping you some more. Cause I liked it in 10, like you just find him in places and just listen to what he said about whatever. It was kind of fun. And I was wondering, because everyone else is showing up, I was like, maybe, hopefully he hasn't died, because he's supposed to be old, but he didn't seem like he was about to die old. Oh, let me save before I go in there. It's been so long since I've been able to save. Oh, there's like a sphere on the ground over there. That's my latest invention. Comm sphere. Spiro-wide network. What is he planning? Okay. Let's do Mushroom Rock Road. Old guy knows too much. Can we trust him? Well, he was trustworthy in 10, I think. Nothing happened to make me not trust him. But for him to know so much about Vegnagun and not tell anybody, can we trust him?
Here. Where are the fiends?
No need for concern, Lady Yuna. Everything's under control.
Oh, what about that one guy?
Fiends got close to our headquarters, but thankfully no further. The Albed from Jose
Hold on.
assisted us in fighting them off.
So, Gibble was here?
Yes, his group also brought us these machina. You know,
That sounds like Robin
still strikes me as
from
sort of
Teen
odd.
Titans. Teen
He told us
Titans.
not to depend on you so much, Lady Yuna.
Me?
He said we need to rely on our own strength to defend Spira through the coming age.
Wait.
Lady Yuna, if I may interrupt, there is something I would like to ask you.
Sure.
That one of the Chocobo girls from the last game? I was about to say that one guy who like left
As
the
you are probably
Chocobo
aware,
Knights
we
or
have not
whatever
heard from
to like
Maiden
start a
Nuge
Chocobo
Alina
ranch or
in
whatever.
some time.
I know he's supposed to be in this game.
Lady Yuna, have you no information as to his whereabouts?
I'm sorry, but we don't know any more than you do.
I see.
If we see him, we'll tell him to return here.
Thank you.
Okay. I can't go over here. Okay. Just making sure. Hold on. I want to look up that one guy. Yaibol or whatever. The one I was like, he sounds like Robin from Teen Titans. Yaibol. Scott Menville. Because I was talking about it last night and when I was playing through 10. There's so many familiar voices in these games. He is, or at least, Teen Titans Go Robin, but I'm still scrolling down to make sure he's like also regular regular Teen Titans Robin. Okay. Because like there's him, there's so many characters in this game that have like, I'm like, wait, that sounds like a person who voice acts. Like, what's it? Tobly is Yakko Warner. Wait.
The temples or the fiends, but there have been problems here too. Seems some Machina are on the rampage.
Let's mangle those Machina and take the reward.
Yuna?
Let's do it.
Okay, sounds like it's mission
time. But yeah, Tobly is Yakko Warner from the Animaniacs, and like a bunch of other characters. Like that guy's done a million things. But yeah, there's like a billion voices. Like Riku is Tara Strong, who is Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls. She's Raven in Teen Titans, so that's two Teen Titans characters. Wait. Oh, Luzu or Orgata? One of them died in 10, right? Because yeah, like the small guy, the younger one survived because I remember, like, the older one died and then the younger one was like super depressed about it. He died during the like the Machina, like when they tried to use Machina against Sin or whatever. When what was it? Like the what do they call it? Like the excommunicated Crusaders or whatever. They're like, yeah, we're excommunicated, so that means we can use Machina. And then they all got killed. Capacity 13 tandems of Machina. Wait. Okay. Mission will end when Yuna and the Albed have dealt with a total of 13 tandems. What is a tandem? Is that like a number or something? Oh, the tandem. Okay, yeah, bicycle with seats and pedals for 2 riders. Adverb with 2 or more horses harnessed one behind the other. Having 2 things arranged one in front of the other. Because I was like, when it's in tandem doesn't mean it's in pairs, but I think in this case the Machina are like 2-seated Machina or something. Isn't a race? Do your best to strike down the majority of the Machina yourself. Okay. So I can probably just let them do all the work. Should I go this way? 13 potential battles. Okay. Oh god. I'm gonna lose because I'm not even in the right spot. Can I jump up these? Yes. Oh, cool. Let me kill your Machina for you. I guess I don't really have to worry. Can I just smash them? I was gonna say they can't be that strong, but they're doing decent damage. This thing was like a 1-star, actually. It was a 1-star mission, but not this part. Excuse me for burping. Alright. Wait a second. Can I lightning fish them? Oh, I wonder if... I don't have thief on any of my grids. Oh, that heals them. Hold on. Let me see this gun mage
I'll be taking your abilities now, thank you.
so I can scan. Impale, ignore defense. Oh, Impale ignores defense. Okay, they absorb lightning. So I just picked the one element. I wonder if I could swap to Thief and Steal or whatever to disable them immediately. But I don't have it on any of my grids. Does Impale ignore Protect? I guess we'll find out. Maybe not. The other thing that it hurts a lot because there's a bunch of them. I don't think it does actually. I think Protect still has the damage. Yeah, okay. But yeah, because there's 3 of them, they're just like constantly going and picking the same characters. Which makes it look scarier. Nice. I didn't look at his HP when I scanned. I should have. Wait, can I keep going though? I want to climb back up. Oh, cool. If I could save here. Just in case they beat me. Or like start leading and then reload my save. Okay, these ones are different. Actually. Oh, also. I'm supposed to be leveling Yuna's gun mage.
One enchanted bullet just for you.
I thought it said Scott Machina. I was like, wait, these are just called Scott. 34. No weaknesses. I'm gonna cycle these 2 around. Also ping out darkness. Wait. Riku Samurai. Oh, I still don't have that. I think I did what I need to do to get it. I think I just have to go to Kimari to pick it up. I think Kimari's the one who gives it to you. I don't know. Looks like a cross between Arn and Kid from Chrono Cross. I haven't played Chrono Cross, so I don't know what Kid looks like. Her best costume. I do know what Arn looks like. Arn. And I like his outfit. He's so cool. Like, I didn't know anything about him.
Strength isn't my only weapon.
Hold on. Am I? Yeah. I didn't know anything about him until I played 10. Like, I'd seen him before, but I didn't really know anything about him. And then playing through 10, I was like, wait, this guy is so cool. Oh, I need to get rid of the darkness. Or the blind, whatever they call it. Now Riku has it. Yeah, Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross are like another blind spot I have. But I plan to play them eventually. At least Chrono Trigger, because I've heard mixed things about Cross. But I'll probably play both of them anyway. Because it's the same thing with this game. Same thing with Final Fantasy IV, the After Years. Silent Hill 4. There's so many games that I'm like, I don't know. Some people like this game, some people hate this game. I'm gonna play it and decide for myself. And with 4 the After Years, I hated it. With Silent Hill 4, I hated it. With this one, I don't hate it. But I know there are people who do hate it. There's something I wanted to do with... Oh no, let's swap back. Until we get blinded again. And we got blinded again. We're never gonna get to level it. Did he miss? Okay. I want to check the progress of Riku and Pain on like learning their holy abilities, like Excalibur and the fish.
An empty win.
An empty win. Okay. Almost. Not even halfway. Okay. Nah. I'll start her. Oh. I didn't know that was there. Oh, also I have like tons of these things, accessories. Gree bag. Grizz. Guards against curse. Wait, strength by 10. Why don't I have that magic by 10? Maybe I keep it like that because we have strength by 10 on this one. What is? Give her 2 wristbands. And I like that setup. What about my garment grids? What did I? Okay. Okay. I don't think this. I don't know if this progresses the story. Oh, there's more. Like doing this might just be extracurricular, but I don't mind. Wait. Chrono Trigger 1 was on Final Fantasy Chronicles on PS1. The worst version. Oh, that sucks. Loading times, muffled sound effects. I don't remember much of it. Wait, Watcher. What does this guy do? I feel like I should target that guy. Wait, what is he doing? What did he do? Water. Then we shall. Oh, he died. Transmitting log. What was that?
These aren't your everyday bang kind of bullets. Everyone, stay strong.
Oh, wait.
Oh, you want a piece of me? You got it? I'll feel it.
Time for a fiend hunt.
Okay. We should be fine. Maybe one more heal.
All I need is my
No, we're fine. No, just mash and mash and mash. Okay. I don't actually want to do all 13. Wait, that doesn't even count. Also, I forgot to swap back to White Mage. Nah. No. We're fine. Okay. Then I'll do this. And then
Time to let the magic fly.
do this. And now it's just an auto attack battle. Oh, alright. Good night, Mars. Sleep tight. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your sleep. Also, I forgot that doing Berserk, they're gonna change targets randomly, so it's gonna take forever to kill just one. Right there, she crit for 1600, which is pretty sweet. Okay, but I like focusing one at a time because that means less people are hitting you. Oh, wait, can I go all the way up from here? No. Okay, whatever. The Albert are so slow. But I might be over leveled. Okay. I was like, I hope I know this is the part, like in 10, it's the part where like you could get pushed off, I think.
Believe in the light.
Hold on. I think I want to kill this guy first. But yeah, so it's supposed to be a dead end, and I was like, all right, I know we're gonna come here. Hopefully, if it isn't like, if it's a dead end and we can't climb up, hopefully there's a Machina at the end, so it's not just a waste of time. I think we're set up fine. I could just do this. I don't want to rotate, but oh no, I need to swap. Go. Okay, perfect.
One enchanted bullet just for you.
Did fast enough. Oh no! The darkness. Wait. This might not work. Okay, maybe it will. Pain has darkness or whatever. So she's gonna miss. But she hasn't missed. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Please tell me I can climb back up. No. Alright, that's fine. There's a Machina, but we're only ahead by 2, and we have to run all the way around to find more. And still deal with random battles. I'm just gonna run. Also, I forgot to get rid of the darkness. I'm gonna use... Actually, I could just... Asuna. We have plenty of MP. How did her HP get so low? I didn't even realize. We have to go. I wish I could climb this part, like where the bridge is. Oh, I wonder. No, whatever. I'm just gonna keep going this way. They're catching up. Oh god. As long as they don't get ahead. If they tie with me, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I wonder if it gets paused when I'm here because it's hidden now. Maybe. Also, I wish I could ride a chocobo. Okay, we're fine.
I'm on a roll.
Oh, this sucks. I'm gonna do it again. Assault. Because, Pain was able to, like, land everything. I should have protected first, at least. It's fine. Probably. Wait, because doesn't Assault do that anyway? It's Berserk, Haste, Shell, and Protect, I think. Oh, they're missing. Cool. Yeah, Pain must have like a ton of accuracy because... Okay, she missed there, but... Everyone else misses way more than she does with darkness.
It's a wrap.
Oh, wait. I mean, we have some to spare, and they're pretty cheap, so I can buy more, but I don't know. I just don't want to waste... I don't want to run into a boss battle. It's like, oh, the final Machina. Oh. One of those guys. Oh, I guess I can just... No, wait. Go back. Assaults again. Because I keep swapping to White Mage on Yuna to protect, but we don't have to. It, like, I keep... So, like, Yuna is, like, hunched over like that because she has the darkness. But it makes it look like she's dying, like she's about to die, and it keeps making me worried that she's one hit from death or something. If we do one more, we will win no matter what. Oh, wait. Okay. I was like about to be like, okay, what do we got? How do we beat these guys? But they don't count, so there's no reason to fight those ones. There has to be another one on the next screen. Wait. Okay, if I keep going down... Because I fought everything I saw on the way. Okay, I was like, if the thing comes back up on the bottom right, we're good. Assault, hurry. Before they get too many hits on us. Nice. They can't even land any hits on us. Sweet. So hopefully Pain and Rico are close to getting that holy fish and Excalibur. I think it's called holy fish. I don't know. Whatever the fish that does holy damage. Okay. We can't lose. Okay, she's pretty close. But Pain's not going to be that close because she was like quite a bit further along. Or Rico was further along. Yeah, barely over halfway. What about... What are we learning? Feels like these are taking way longer than they used to. If we kill one more, I think it'll make it a little bit quicker instead of just sitting here waiting for them to finish. For them to do 2 more so we hit the 13. God. Oh wait, okay. Pain hit someone for 810. I thought one of them, because it said impale. That's what I was talking about before though, but like the way the camera keeps moving and characters keep moving and the numbers, the way they appear, an 810 popped up over Pain, and I thought one of them, it was at the same time one of them impaled her. So I thought they impaled her for 810, and I was like, oh god, she's gonna die, and there's nothing I can do about it. But we actually did that. That's what yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they do that, because like I was saying, the it doesn't make a difference where everybody is. Like I don't know. I haven't experienced any fight where I was like, dang, if only Yuna was on the other side, she would have survived that or something. It's always been like, it's always just been distracting and like annoying. Oh wait, oh, is this the fight? Okay, I guess. I thought this was a random battle, so I was gonna run. I should have healed Riku. She'll probably be fine. That small one has to be close to dying. Cool. That should be it. We won by 5.
Thank you for all your help. Here's your reward as promised. So what made the Machina go all haywire? None of us can figure it out. Pretty creepy, huh? We found agency property smashed up, then the hover crashed. Just when we were about to look into that, the Machina went out of control.
Well, if you find anything out, be sure and give the Gullwings a call. Ready to head back?
Now that wasn't a very feel-good ending, now was it?
People who want happy endings have to write their own.
Oh, what about me? I want a happy ending too.
Why is that guy laughing? Maybe he's crying. That guy's laughing too. Is that Rin on the right? Undying Storm. Okay. What is this? Oh, it's better than this one. It's like the exact same grid, but stronger. Nice. Well then. Wait, where's oh, I was like, where's warrior? What do I have in the middle? Black mage. Cause why not? Wait, so was that my reward for doing that? I didn't even realize. I thought, because she was like, here's your reward, 10,000 gil. And I was like, okay, well, cool, but I don't think that was really worth it. But also, if getting that grid was for doing that, that was worth it. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Of course. Okay. Well, these went down in difficulty. I think they had 4 stars before. Let's go to Besaid. Oh yeah, I was saying, see Waka and Lulu. Maybe Lulu's had her baby now. I don't know how much time has actually passed since the last time we saw them. So there hasn't been any kind of like... It's been at least one day. So there was that performance that Yuna gave where she was dancing and it went to nighttime and then daytime again. Becklum wants to do something drastic. Waka won't let him. Could be a fight. Well, whatever Waka wants, Waka gets. Except for a celestial weapon, because I refuse to play Blitzball. Of course. Cephalotus. Weak to fire. Power of sea cannon is formidable. Oh! Wait. Yuna probably can't learn it unless she gets hit with it, huh? Oh! 2944! Was that just like a lucky crit? Jesus Christ. Pain, my beloved. She's a... I don't know. She's carrying. I thought Riku was going to carry again. Oh wait, it's not. It's like Waka and Lulu look different. Did you have the baby yet?
They're coming from inside the temple. But it's all right. Waka and the others fought them off. Luckily, no one was hurt.
Guess your friendly neighborhood gullwings won't be needed.
Wait, is that Buddy? Why is he in here? How'd he get in here?
May still be wandering around.
He's actually...
split up to track them down. Give
He
them a
cucked
hand.
Waka.
The gullwings are on the job. We'll even give you our special bargain price.
That's nice.
Sorry, Lulu.
That's okay. It's all right. Now go. Take a look around. People in the village will feel better knowing you're here, Yuna.
Why is he still holding that pose? Oh.
What you up to?
Installing a comm sphere. You never know when you might need a comm sphere.
A new invention of yours?
Shindra, did you fall and get a poo-poo?
Anytime brother...
Here's the perfect guinea pig.
Anytime brother shows up, I just like, oh, please.
The comm sphere transmits an image back to the airship.
Oh, neat.
Oh, more!
How asinine.
Uni! Uni! Something's up!
I saw Waka up there. Like, Riku was freaking out as he's just standing there talking. Yeah.
Who is that? His name's Becklum. They say he's
Oh,
from the Youth League
okay.
headquarters.
What's there to decide, Waka? We can finish off the fiends right here and now.
Burning down a temple is going too far.
Oh, this
You
was...
have another suggestion?
I was talking about voice actors. Waka
We have
is,
to do something. What if the fiends
what's
keep
his name?
coming? Or maybe you don't mind putting your family in danger.
Hey, all we gotta do is stop the fiends, yeah?
He's Bender. What's the guy's name? John DiMaggio. I was like, I know like the last name is like Italian. But I couldn't... I was like trying to remember the first name, but I was like, I know there's two DiMaggios. One is a baseball player, and the other one's a voice actor. And I was trying to like remember, but also like avoid the wrong one. So it was like I couldn't even remember either of them because I'm like, don't think of the wrong one though. Wait, I never found. Yeah, okay. 4 more ciphers barring the less resourceful from the cave's true bounty. Scattered throughout Besaid. Search sphere. I don't suppose you have one. Question mark? They keep it in a chest. Oh, but you need a key, right? What if I say the other thing? Is he gonna say you're a liar again? You're a poor liar, child. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that other guy was like, yeah, we don't have the key for this or something. Oh. No, he says only a cheat. Only a key can open that chest.
Walker's inside, fighting fiends. It would be so simple to burn this place down and take the fiends with it. Praying to them never did anyone any good.
That's right.
You're the one who destroyed Sin? You should know.
He's right.
Going to help him? I won't wait much longer.
He's actually gonna burn it
Burn
down.
that badly?
He was gonna burn it down
It's
while
for the
Wako was
safety
inside.
of the village.
So he was planning on burning it down while Wako was inside, and now that everyone else is going inside, he's like, all right, you know, I'm not gonna wait that much longer. He's not even like, okay, well now that there's more people, maybe I'll reconsider. Before Beckham sets fire to the entire place. What? This guy's insane. Oh, are they gonna make me solve this again? No. Waka remembered how to do it. Oh, I don't remember what these guys are weak to. Holy. And fire. Okay. Lightning flows through his body so you can easily guess what's coming. Okay. One of the things that is nice about this game compared to 10, I mean, there's like the combat stuff, but not having to worry about flying enemies and being unable to hit them with melee attacks. Fiend Hunter level 2, nice. And we got Holy Fish. So wait, what's next? I guess I'll learn Spin, or I don't like SOS stuff. Complain about it all in 10, how like useless SOS is, because if I'm at the point where it activates, I've already messed up too much that it's probably not gonna save me. What else happened? We learned. Oh wait, not Riku. We're getting closer. I mean, obviously, but I can almost taste it. I don't want to learn scan level 2. It seems useless. Allows users to rotate targets when casting scan. That I might grab it once I got everything else, but it seems pretty pointless. These all seem pretty quick to grab, so I'm gonna start with this one because this one seems the most useful. Because helms are annoying. Doing quadruple damage to helms makes more sense than everything else. Maybe flans too, but helms first. Oh, I haven't bought. I should buy more potions. Whatever. Oh, come on. Kind of want to look up what all she can learn for blue magic and where to get it, because I don't know, or like if she has to get hit with it specifically, because I don't know, I don't want to like waste time. I want to, well, yeah, I just want to know what I need to do, so I'll look that up real quick. Blue bullet. Character does not need to survive the attack to learn, but It does not say, or it does not say, it doesn't say. I mean, it does not say. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird to say it does not say. Like, I don't know, I feel like I use contractions way more than separating the words. But, like, so it says, a character does not need to survive the attack to learn the ability, but it doesn't say if they have to be hit with it specifically. But it says each one must learn it individually. If Yuna learns an ability, Riku will not be able to use it until she learns it as well. But I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know if that means... Oh, you need to get hit while wearing gun mage? Okay, okay. Because, like, it doesn't... Yeah. But, okay. They need to get hit, but they don't have to survive. That's what that... You say they need to get hit. That article says they don't need to survive. So, combined... Now I know. But I don't expect anyone to die anyway.
Waka! You okay?
But that is kind of annoying.
Scratches, huh? Nothing to worry about.
There are too many. Let's get out while we can.
There are too many scratches.
The man was right. We have to use fire.
Whatever's controlling the fiends must be down there. Take that bad boy out.
And we won't need fire.
Fair enough.
Waka, stay here.
Why?
Dude, he's literally like on the ground bleeding out.
Wouldn't want you to overdo it, Daddy.
Hey, wait up!
Okay. Oh, Valifor.
An Aeon?
No, something's not right.
Waka, stay back. It's not safe.
Oh god. Okay. Most are damaging. Mighty Guard and White Wind require you to confuse the enemy. Okay. I don't know how hard I'll try to get blue magic. Like I in 6, I spent like a little bit of time learning some, but in 10 I didn't bother at all. Like I learned stuff on accident here and there, or like if I had nothing else to do. But I didn't really go out of my way to set up blue mages. What was I doing? Oh. Let's go around. Protect. My MP. Shell. They're all white mages. Oh, I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way again. Let me armor break a million times. Also, I should have cured. Oh, she lost all her MP because the thing robbed her. Unbelievable. Whatever. What else can we do? That's it. Send her around, maybe? That's not too bad. Oh, whoops. I saw the warrior like commands and I thought it was pain, but I wasted Yuna's turn. At least it was quick. Okay, see if there's any weaknesses. This better not kill. If Bahamut couldn't kill us, okay. No weaknesses. First Aeon to answer Yuna's call. Oh, we're almost halfway done. I wonder if... No, there's no way. Maybe. I would say I wonder if I could have Pain use Assault and win. Probably. Let me wait. I wanted to put Yuna back on White Mage. Heal off. Heal. Top everyone off with the heal, and then do it. But we probably don't even need to do that. We can just win. I think this is the move we never got. No, go back. Please don't kill her. Oh. Okay. Had to kill Yuna right before. She probably doesn't get experience for that either.
That was my very first Aeon.
Wonder if we'll see
I
Yojimbo.
grew up here in Besaid. This is my home. I became a summoner here. This is where I first met you. I have to protect this place.
Yuna.
The job's done.
I see. Glad to see you're not hurt. Or are you? Aren't you going to be a father soon? What if something had happened to you? What then?
See, like,
Quiet, meanie.
I was gonna say,
It's okay.
I'm waiting
What can I
for
say? He's got a point.
the moment to get ruined by
Waka.
brother interrupting. Riku doing that
Guy
wasn't
trying to save
really
one
out of
memory.
character.
We risk losing them all.
But what if it's a really important memory?
Yeah, memories are nice, but that's all they are. It's an outbred
Wait.
saying, yeah?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Well, yeah, but...
Riku's the one who said that in 10, right? Because Riku and Aaron, whatever,
You all right?
were like
Yeah,
sitting
just
out
fine.
from going up to
Waiting.
the far plane thing, and
Talk about a one-track mind.
Tidus was like, "Oh, you're not gonna go," and Riku was like, "They're just memories."
Memories are just memories, yeah? Fiends ever come out of the temple again, I may really have to burn it.
I guess so. But call me before you do. We'll save fire for our last resort.
You got it.
They better explain why all these Aeons are coming back. And it better not be you, Yevon. Unless there's like a good explanation. Like, oh yeah, you Yevon is Vegna Gun now, or something. Wait. I say, didn't we already do this? I mean, we didn't do this specific mission, but we went to Kilika, went to the temple or something. I don't think we went into the temple. I was like, why do I wanted to go to my equips for something. Moon Bracer. Generate constant shell. But it's only for one person. So I would still have to cast it for the other ones. Excuse me. So it doesn't really seem worth it. We got another wristband somehow. I kind of want to throw it on over the magic. Since I mostly spam attacks. Oh, I should... Oh, I don't know. I was gonna say give Yuna the Undying Storm Garment Grid as well, so she can get all those buffs. But I like the defensive buffs for her, so that if we do need her to white mage, she's less likely to die. Because if she dies, everything's ruined. Oh wait. I was hoping I could jump down from that. What about this guy on the boat? Oh, cool. I guess that's what I was supposed to do. Maybe it's not what I was supposed to do, but a shortcut. Oh, right, we have to find a way around. That's what the stupid thing said. No thanks. Do I just... I might have to start somewhere else and then walk down? Maybe I'm supposed to platform. Oh wait, these are the well, the guy has a camera. Wait, so this guy with the camera, but where's the girl who's usually with him? I'm gonna see if, like, I'll talk to the people I run into to see if anybody knows or will say what I have to do. Otherwise, I think I'm supposed to start on the other side of the temple and come down to it if I can, which I think is what's that town with the blitzball place? How am I not remembering what it's like? The first place you go to. Luca. And then take the boat or something? Well, no, that wouldn't make sense. Right? Need someone's help. Maybe I have to talk to somebody. Like, convince somebody to let me in. Dog won't start barking. Stop barking. Maybe it's to do with the dog. Is there someone? Oh, what's her name? Donna. Where is she? Donna or Bartello? Or both? Wasn't that here? Where she was just like super rude. Wait. I thought I looted this one. Maybe not. Also, hold on. I want to go talk to, what's his name? Oh. Oh, the monkey. Squatter monkey. Oh, maybe it's not the monkey. Wait. Am I supposed to hide it? Oh. Oh, she's like a, it's like a side quest for her. Bring back monkeys. Do my nose. Doesn't even feel like a sneeze, it's just like super itchy. Okay. I'm gonna go talk to Kimari. And then we'll come back and then go to the other part, like the side with the gate. Look for Donna there. I remember she was in a house. But I can't go into any of these houses, so it must be further down. But I want to see if I can get that, what do you call it? Samurai dress sphere. Should have went up. Wait, some of the young Ronso are planning on defying Kimari's orders and attacking the Guado. Sounds like a Ronso problem, but still. I mean, I'll let them do it. Why is my nose itch, dude? No, just give me the samurai sphere.
Ronso youth use force, seek vengeance for fallen Ronso. Garrick lead angry Ronso youth, decide to take revenge on Guado. Garrick go to battle. Now Garrick climb peak Tell Mountain battle plan.
And you're just gonna wait here?
Garrick hear voice of mountain. Garrick change mind.
We're gonna pretend to be the voice of the mountain.
So.
And if he doesn't?
Kimari stop Ronso youth.
That's crazy.
Elder Kimari have no choice. Kimari give Yuna something.
Free.
Kimari search mountain, but find only sphere. Kimari not know if found sphere is one Yuna seek. But Kimari happy if sphere help Yuna.
I'll take it. Trainer.
Kimari.
Uni, this isn't good.
There's still time. Should we follow them?
Sure.
We're going up. Maybe we can reason with him.
If Yuna go, Kimari think Garrick listen. Maybe.
Maybe.
If not, Kimari deal with Garrick.
Okay. What do we get? Trainer. Let your faithful pet do the fighting. Each character's pet has its own unique abilities. Also called their friends. Okay, wait. I want to see what they all look like. Wait. Pain puts on a dog collar. I guess it's just a spiked or studded collar, but she's the pet. Oh, I have to walk all the way up. Lame. That's fine. I'll just run from every fight until we get to the top. I wonder if we have to fight these guys as they're walking around? Wait, she has Daigoro. Wait, Riku has a little monkey on her head. Oh my god, I love it. Hold on. I want to fight this now, but... Oh, we have a ton of HP. Yeah, Pain has like a big bird. Wait, Geeky. Damage and darkness, steal items, Gil, and a buff. Flurry. Restore HP. Instantly defeat. Sometimes fails. Oh, his name is Kogoro. Fire, sometimes darkness. Holy damage. Okay, that was a lot of damage. I'm just gonna run. Miss. Great. Please.
Your quarry awaits.
Did it work? She's got rid of him. That little bird picked up that big old dude. Okay, wait. I like that, but I feel like... I don't know. I shouldn't use it in this area. Or at least not all three of them using their trainer. But I also want to finish leveling all these other things. Oops. Hold on. That's why... Yeah. It has like way less defense. A lot of HP, but a lot less defense. So that's why we're getting chunked pretty hard. But that's cute. The monkey and the Kogoro. I need to buy more. Keep forgetting to buy more potions. Oh god. Gemini, but there's only one? Okay. 2044. Oh.
Believe in the light.
Can I get this off before he... No. Nice. I wonder if this... If Protect would have helped anyway. Okay, it does help. Nice. Oh, whoops. Whatever. If he picks Riku again, she might die. Well, she'll survive now, but... Oh, no! I forgot it's half. I was thinking 800. It should be close. Okay. I wonder if... Alright, I'm running. I don't want to deal with that again. gonna say, I wonder if this will do anything like... Nope. I'll say like in 10. I'll kill this one?
Come on.
Hopefully it doesn't kill us. Or petrify. Or stop. Like he just did. Dude, what happens if everyone gets stopped? Do we just lose?
No problem.
Not that way. I mean, there might be a chest up there or something, but I do not. Oh. I do not want it. Maybe I do, but it's probably not a sphere. Nice. That was weird. I pulled up the dress sphere thing and then we hit him and everything went black on the outside. Because like when you pull up the dress sphere menu and then you go back, it just like goes away, but wait. That's where it came from? Yes. No. Am I supposed to go down there though? Or this guy's easy to kill, so. What? Nice. I'll say what class gets haste? Because I want haste. So like put that on Yuna and have her spam that at the start of every fight. God. They give me there's like an accessory they give you that is like increases the encounter rate, but I'm like, I want the opposite, because these fights aren't very hard, they're just a bit tedious, and I'm not really getting much out of them. I just want to skip them.
Well.
Like I'm running from them because there's no reason to fight them. I mean, I guess I'll just... smash my way through this one. Nice. Yeah, I guess having Yuna on gun mage from the start will speed him up. Okay, I think I went the right way. Nice. No, I don't want to go back. I mean, I could just take it back again, but okay, we're going the right way. I wasn't sure if this. I thought I was going in a circle. Wait. She's so close. 13 more points. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, we're fine. It's gonna be like, maybe I should heal. I mean, I should. Because why not? I'm not saving that MP. Am I going the right way? I'm afraid that I might have. Oh wait, here we go. Mycotoxin. Weak to ice, but it lives on the mountain, covered in snow. Poison needle, itchy wimp attacks, stings even more. I don't think I've had itchy yet. So wait, what does itchy do? Okay, I guess I'm just gonna run because I have no idea. I think itchy just means I can't fight or something. Oh wait, maybe I can't use that dress sphere. Oh, that's what it is. Because one of the accessories is like favorite outfit or something. Why is this animation still playing? Everyone's gone. Hold on. Favorite outfit. Guards against itchy. And so itchiness makes it so you can't use that dress sphere. I have plenty of antidotes. I was like, wait, where are my antidotes? Hopefully I have enough. Okay. Yeah, itchy's annoying. That's the first. I was literally like, I've never had itchy happen, so I don't know what that does. And then immediately 2 characters get hit with it, and it's like, oh, I can't play anymore. I have to swap off. I hope this is right. Okay, it looks like it. Oh, while creating statue, easier to forget hatred of Guado. So oh, I did not want to go that way. That one's at least realizing, hey, if I do something else to put my mind off of it, I don't hate the Guado. I hope this is right. Okay, I was like, I should have tried to find that save point before I came this way, but they're generous enough. Put another one here, which is what I was talking about before. Of like, they're pretty generous with the save point placements. Wait, how did he get all the way up here? I can't use that. Wait, is that supposed to be like a joke? Like, oh, he put a comm sphere to spy on people using the hot spring. So how do I get to the other side? Oh wow. He was very weak. Excuse me. I'm a little bit tired. I didn't see much today. Oh god, not the stupid dog. She's never getting out. Why are they so fast? Like, oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, there's no way she was getting out. That's like, Jesus Christ. Like, if I would have tried to fight that, there would have been no way I would have won that. Because, yeah, they would have just, like, confused everyone immediately. And then I would have just been stuck. Oh, these things move. Or do they move because I got close to it? What if I leave? Do I have to just be faster? No. I have no idea what I could do differently. Because I'm holding circle the whole time. So it's not like, oh, I'm pressing it too late. Unless I get something later that makes me walk faster or move faster on the map. Get me out of here. Dude, this enemy is extremely obnoxious because it's all status effects. So it's like sleep poison, and then it can also give you itchy, which, like, that is, I don't know. It's probably not even worth killing, so I'm just not, there's no, oh wait, whoops, wrong character. There's no, incentive to beat that, to fight that fight. What if I go inside? Is that where I came from? No. I got a Phoenix down. They refunded that Phoenix down I needed to get Yuna back up. Okay. What is this? Why is this here? Platforming. Why? I don't know. It's like, it's because of the few things that do feel like obvious padding are in the game. Like, because there are a few things that feel like obvious padding, everything starts to feel like padding, like this. Having to platform. But not even really platform, because it's literally just hold circle, and once you walk by something that you can jump across or climb, she automatically does it. But yeah, it feels like padding. Because it could have just been a trail that I just walk up. I feel like I should deal with the flower thing first, which is probably weak to fire, so I should have done fire.
You had your chance to run.
Why won't she take her turn? Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ, why did that take so long? Okay. Well, that worked. Nice. I healed them. So not fire, which is maybe ice, but he might just absorb everything. I'll wait. Okay, I don't know if he's weak to ice, but he at least takes damage from it. Also, Please just kill him. Nice. Oh, okay. So does that unlock anything new? Popper, yeah, okay. Damage one enemy. Okay. She's so close. I want to put her on Gun Mage, but I'm afraid of running into a boss battle soon, and then actually it would still be a good idea, because then we can scan on the first turn and then swap after that. I turned around because I was like, wait, is there a chest down there? I'm just gonna run from this. It's like if there's more than two enemies, if there's more than one enemy, I'm like, I don't know if I want to fight this. But if it's three, it's like, okay, this is gonna take forever, and they're just gonna keep hitting me way more times than I can hit them. Nice. I keep trying to chain. So like let everyone fill up and then go for the attack. Also, am I on the wrong side? Maybe. No, there's like a door I can go into, right? I feel like last time yeah, okay. Like I said, when I had to do this in the beginning of the game. Oh god. Queen Coral. Oh, hurry up. Was she charging it? Okay. Let's scan. See how to kill her faster. Nothing. Death Blaster, yeah. That's why I want to kill her first. I guess we just mash. Oh, wrong target. Oh, water gun, okay. Nice, that crit. Cool. Oh. How did Riku... Well, now she's dead. I would say, how did she survive that? But also, what put her at 1 HP?
You okay?
No. Please don't attack again. Please. Okay.
This'll help.
I think someone must have been the Queen Coral. Someone did something to put Riku at 1 HP. She has to be close. Oh, 1 point. Okay. This way? Oh, maybe. I think I can climb that. Nope. It's probably fine. Great. Right when I swap off.
One enchanted bullet just for you.
One enchanted bullet just for you. JK.
I've got you.
Killer. Okay. Excalibur. Cool. I wonder how much that costs. She probably has enough. She has 71. Well, it probably doesn't say in here, huh? Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. I can't make that jump. I don't know if I could before. I thought she was gonna fall. I don't think I can fall. Like, I don't think she'll jump off of something that she can't make. No, don't shell again. No! Hurry! The game just crashed. What? Well. That's annoying. I always have to get Excalibur again. Unless it auto-saved. But I don't think it would auto-save like that. Oh, it did. Oh, thank God. Well, it auto-saved when I came in here, I guess. Okay, well, I'm not going to go that way since there's nothing over there. But yeah, I have to... What a lucky autosave, but still. I mean, I don't have to do like one more fight for Excalibur. That was so random too, because it didn't even like it just like instantly closed out of nowhere. There wasn't any, like, it didn't hang or anything. It just shut down, and everything else is still fine. So it wasn't like, oh, my PC blue screened or something crazy. Literally, the game just shut itself down, killed itself out of nowhere. Can I make that jump? We can learn that. I don't even... That's so annoying, because then they just hit her with... Okay, get me out of here. Just leave. You got your Excalibur, go. Or die. Whatever. What? An obnoxious fight. Enemy type? I don't know. Just like show up and get ambushed and then they just kill two characters for free. Whatever. I'm not even going to try to cross that. I guess I should have gone from the other side, but whatever's in that chest, who cares? Boris, he's back. Ambushed again, but he's literally just not going to take a turn. I want to see what he's weak to. Oh, never mind. Star pendant. Oh, we have one of these already. Looks like I can go inside right there too. Where that chest is. Maybe I'll get it on my way back. I don't know. I'm just running. I'm just running. I'm not gonna deal with that stupid flower thing one-shotting Yuna or something stupid. I hope I'm not going the wrong way. Maybe I do need to go inside. They really like that enemy and putting it in all the fights right here. Oh, okay. I was just holding circle and moving. I wasn't even aiming for that. This dude better be up here. I will return to the airship if he's not. Is he gonna be in? No. Dude, I literally wasted my time. Okay. FF102 Mount Gagazet, Chapter 3. Let's see. When you hit the Fate Scar area, head into the cavern on the left. He said top of the mountain, so I went straight to the top of the mountain. Obnoxious. Well, I'm gonna grab that chest and go inside that thing if I can. Grab the chest, see if I can go inside, and then go to the airship, come back, and like, I don't know. How do I get down from here? I don't want to walk back, like, yeah, whatever. Why do they like this fight, this specific fight of two of these annoying things? Well, I wonder, I'm curious. I'm not gonna mess with any of these. Oh, it is the same. Enemy encounter override. What about this one? All items, all skills, max skill. Because I was like, they had this in 10. And I remember turning off encounters when I didn't want encounters. Oh wait, that's not how it works. And that's what I'm doing now. Wait, what if I go this way? No. So that's not how that works. How do I do that then? Unless I have to, excuse me, come out from inside of that, like the other path or something. I don't know. But I forgot you could do that. And so now that I can turn off the encounters, this is a lot smoother. Cause I don't need the experience or the gil or whatever they're dropping. And now I can like I was talking about it earlier, when you're out on like the open maps, like the world maps and stuff basically, the encounter rate feels a lot lower. But then once you go into any sort of dungeonish type area, it gets like increased like 4 times, and you're just constantly fighting stuff in the areas where you're trying to look around and solve puzzles and stuff. So it's like really obnoxious. See, like this, like if I wanted to hit this switch and then the other switch that's probably behind me, I would hit like 5 encounters just trying to go back and forth. I wonder if that's... Yes. I was gonna say, I wonder if that's for that thing. That's probably to get to that chest. So I can cross that now. But yeah, turning off the encounters, it's like, okay, don't have to worry about this anymore. I can just do it without losing my patience and giving up. Wait, can I drop down? Yes. Nothing. I thought there would be like a hidden chest or something. Maybe there isn't, I just missed it. Okay. Red ring. So we got the white ring and the red ring. Can cast blizzard, so probably can cast fire. Yeah. So we have... I think we just don't have a water ring. We have a yellow, a white, and a red. So we're probably missing blue. Okay. So now... Well, I need to find another save so I can go to the airship and then go back to Mount Gagazet. Because now it'll be super easy to find that dude because I can just run without worrying about encounters. Oh, I was like, she just jumped off. I was like, I thought I couldn't jump off. I thought I was gonna die. But that was that. Dude, I just want a save point. I don't need all this. Unless I can drop all the way down faster by doing this. Oh, nice. I thought I was like stuck. Oh, there we go. Board airship. Okay, I also want to look at this. I can't use it, but brother can. How does that make sense? Okay. We activated the other one. So I think... Okay. Where to from here? Not that way? This way? No. Why is this here? There might have been a chest here in 10, but they didn't want to put anything else. here now for 10-2. I always hated this part in 10, and I hate it still in 10-2, because, like, you look at the map and it's impossible to tell, like, okay, wait, I think, whatever, impossible to tell where I'm supposed to go, but I think I'm supposed to go this way, because this guy's going this way, and then I just need to make a different turn at some point. I still see him, so okay, but do I just keep going or go? I don't remember what I did last time. Okay. This is what I'm supposed to do. I'm gonna keep leaving the encounters off because I don't want to deal with any of that. I just want to fight the guy and go. I don't know which way he's gonna be. Heading to the cavern on the left. Oops. Okay. I don't know. There's two lefts, kind of. I think it might be this one. I think it's this one. No. I think it's the middle left. Maybe not. This one goes somewhere. This was a dead end earlier. But he might be waiting for me. I don't see him. No. I'm so glad I turned off the encounters because, like, this is, yeah. Not knowing where I'm supposed to go. And, like, I don't know. If in 10, I didn't really mind having to run around and all that stuff. Because for some reason, combat felt faster in 10. Like, encounters felt faster. Even though this is the active time battle. Feels like things are a lot slower. Because, like, running through this, like, I'm, like, remembering getting lost and having to fight random... Oh, wait, I'm supposed to be on that upper part. Having to fight random things. But all the fights would be over pretty quickly. Without me being over leveled or anything like that. But every encounter, even like the encounters that I'm over leveled for in this, like unless I kill the enemy in one hit, they always feel like they take forever. Even though turn-based should be slower just because you have to take turns and wait and all that. Alright, it should be here, I think. Because the thing says something about the save point. Yeah, okay.
Ronso, hold anger no longer.
What?
Ronso, youth fearless, go to battle with Guado.
And if I ask you not to go?
I will kill you.
Go.
Oh.
What if you can't go?
Oh.
Summoner not hold Ronso anger with puny arms.
But if I do, you will stop this talk of vengeance.
Very well, but Garrick never fall.
Somebody's a few spheres short of a garment grid.
Typical Ronso.
That's
Good
racist.
point. But I was talking about Uni.
Oh.
I summoner Yuna. No true Ronso anger.
I feel like I remember the name Garrett from the base game. I don't remember if he was like one of the bullies or what. One of the ones who was bullying Kimari. No weaknesses. So the other ones probably have no weaknesses too. Okay. I want to see this. Oh, it only costs 24. Nice. Also, I want to see the holy fish. I never used it. Darkness. That's not a big deal. Oh, they look like little ghost fish. Dude, why are there so many enemies now? Like, it's like every boss fight now is, the boss has a move that just steals all of your MP. Like, all of it. Not even just like, oh, they stole 25 MP. They literally just robbed Yuna of 191 MP in one hit. It just feels like a waste of my resources. Like the game is like, you probably have a bunch of ethers, so we're going to take all your MP to force you to use them. Instead of just not giving me so many ethers. Also, I missed how much damage either of those attacks did. Stop. Look at how many, like, they're still attacking before, like, we can even get our turns off. That's so annoying. Like, I literally queued up the 3 abilities. They're sitting at full bars, and it's just, like, a matter of waiting for the animations to play out. But in between, like, as that's happening, like, their meters are still filling up when they get turns. But, like, as soon as they charge something up that takes forever, as soon as that finishes, they'll get their next attack off immediately before I can even do anything. It's so unfair. We have to get, yeah, never mind. I said we have to get Yuna healthy, but I was like, I should probably just prepare for a Phoenix down. Oh, also I missed the damage again. I wasn't looking. Whatever. What's up, Risky? Welcome, welcome. Do I even bother with this? I'm just afraid she's gonna die immediately. Like I was talking about it before, but like it always feels like a waste because I can't see their turns. Like I can't see their turns, so I don't know who's about to take a turn, take an attack. So it always feels like a waste to use an item on someone who's about to die because okay, we got it off, but like I was afraid to press circle and cancel out, like back out of the menu, and have one of them just like run up and kill Yuna before Riku gets to throw the potion, and then Riku wastes it on Pain or herself instead. That happened like 10 times already. Alright, now I can do this. I don't know. I'm gonna kill these Ronso youths because I don't know. I feel like I should. Does that reflect? I'm not using magic, so who cares? But we could also dispel it. Oh, he gave them a million things. Jesus Christ. That's so unfair. How to get the name Snowball? Well, my character in Final Fantasy 14, her name is Sable Snowball. Sable is just like a name that I like ever since my grandma in Mexico had a dog named Sable, which I thought it was like, she had 2 dogs, one named Sable and one named Duke. And I always thought it was weird because she's Mexican and only speaks Spanish, but both of her dogs have English names and like not even pronounced in Spanish, like literally just Sable and Duke. And it's like, oh, okay. But I thought that was cool, and I thought the name Sable was cool. And so that name has like been stuck in my head, and I've named a million things that. And then yeah, in 14, I made a cat girl, and I named her Sable Snowball because I was like, I want to use the name Sable. I want to use the name Sable, but also I want her to have like a cat name, and Snowball was like just like a, I don't know why, like there's probably a cat named Snowball that was like around at the time that I was like, oh, that's a cat name, and I just like gave her that name, and then I like started using that for everything else. Because also I just remembered, so like I took the Snowball part and used it for my league name, because like in League of Legends I changed my name. It used to be like Sniper Wolf or something like that, like after the Metal Gear Solid character, but then I was like I've talked about this before, but I used to use the name Sniper Wolf for things because I like the character from Metal Gear Solid. But there's also like some girl, like some pretty popular like streamer, or I don't know if I think she streams. At least I think she streams now, but I think she might have used to just do videos and then moved into streaming. But her name is SS Sniper Wolf. But like people would just like ask me if I was her, and I was like, dude, no, like our names are different. Like what, like I don't know. It's just like people would act like in game would just be like, oh my god, are you the Sniper Wolf? And I'm like, dude, what? Because before I even knew, I was like, of course not. Sniper Wolf is a fictional video game character. Like, what are you talking about? But then they're like, no, SS Sniper Wolf. And I'm like, who? And then I like looked it up and I was like, oh, it's some girl who plays video games. But this was back like, I don't know, before girls playing video games became normalized, if that makes sense. Like it's always been normal, I guess, but the perception has been that it's girls just don't like video games. But anyway, I just was like, I want to move away from Sniper Wolf because it's taken now, I guess. And so like when I was playing League, I was like, I want a name change, and so I was like, oh, I'm gonna take the Snowball, because like one of the things, like, what do you call it? There's like, I don't know. People say like blank or AFK, like give me mid or AFK or I feed or whatever. And I was like Snowball or AFK, implying that if I don't snowball and just like carry, like just like get huge by the end of the match, I'm gonna go AFK. But I never really did that. I just thought it was a funny name, and then yeah, I just like kept keeping it around. That's why the name is, like, my Twitch stream handle is S_Snowball, because it's the S is Sable_Snowball. But I don't really, yeah, I don't know. Like I'll use like whichever, Sable, Snowball, or just my name, Rigo. But anyway, that's where all that comes from. Started from 14, but also like moved into League, and then I just like carried it to other stuff. So like a lot of times it'll be like just S Snowball, like Snowball with 2 S's, or like S_Snowball for stuff. It just depends on what's available on whatever I'm trying to get a name for. I'm trying to think. Oh, or like Snow Bee. So like you said Snowy, but I've had people call me, like when I was playing Apex pretty, what do you call it, like regularly, Apex and Overwatch, but like I used to, like my handles in those, like my gamer tags, names, or whatever, and those is just Snowball, or like Snowball with 2 S's or whatever. But in like voice chats, people would just be like, hey, Snowbee, like they would just like abbreviate it to Snowbee. And then I started, like, I use that for like something, like there's some account I have that I have Snowbee as the name, cause like, but it was like, it happened multiple times with different people, like randoms. Like I would just like be playing like with random people, and someone would just abbreviate my name to Snowbee, and I'm like, dude, this is like literally the first time I'm talking to this guy, and it's not even like shorter, because Snowball is 2 syllables, Snowbee is 2 syllables. But I was like, I kind of like that, so I just like put it on a couple things, but for the most part I use just Snowball. Like I use Snowbee if the name limit isn't like Snowball. Snowball's only 8 letters, but I have played games where they're like, oh yeah, you can't do more than like 7 letters or something like that. So I'm like, all right, fine, I'll just go with Snowbee. But anyway, that's where it all comes from. It's like, I was gonna say it just comes from 14, but it actually goes all the way back to when I was like a little kid going to Mexico during the summer. nice people calling you the full name Risky Rice. I think I usually just say Risky, right? I'm kind of like the same way. Or like if someone, I don't know. I mean, it just does feel weird if someone says like Sable Snowball in 14 instead of just like saying Sable. Used to people calling you Risky. That's like that's how I always do it anyway. If someone shows up and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna read your whole name one time, and then probably just use the first part. My shirt. My shirt. Have you ever played Omori? It's Aubrey from Omori. It's the new it's from like the new set, what the boss rush set or whatever that Omo Cat put out. Here, let me show you the whole thing. Scoot back a little bit. I guess my beard blocks some of it, but let me model for you. No, I like it because it's like it goes all the way to the bottom too. Like I feel like a lot of shirts don't go past like the hem or whatever. You should play it. It's pretty good. I think it's only like maybe 20 bucks. I think it might be just 15 bucks. But it's like a little RPG Maker style. I don't know if it was made in RPG Maker. Hold on. Let me look. 20 bucks on Steam. It's probably 20 bucks on Switch too. It's on the Switch as well. Oh, Detention. I haven't played Detention. Isn't that the like I think it's a Chinese horror game? Is that one of the ones that was like what do you call it? Like it got banned in China or something like that. Japanese. Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm thinking of a different game then. Hold on. I remember. Oh, it might be that game though. I know there's like a horror game that got banned in China because they did the whole Winnie the Pooh thing. But what was it? Don't they have another game too? It's like Detention, and there was one other one. Excuse me. But Omori's pretty. It's really good actually. It's one of my favorite games like of all time. I recommend it. It's like just try not to get spoiled, but it's like cool because it's like it's not a horror game, but there's like horror parts and scary stuff that happens that is like pretty intense and pretty good. But it's like this. It's got a cool. The art's good. The balance of like the spookiness and the not spookiness is pretty good because like I was saying, it's not a horror game, but there's a lot of like horror stuff, and it deals with some like heavy stuff too. And the characters are all fun, and the designs of like all the bosses and enemies are fun. Everything, I don't know. I like it a lot. I love it actually. I love it a lot. I have like 1 million Omori shirts because like so this is Aubrey. I have another Aubrey shirt. I have like exclusive shirts that I got. Like I have they've had like what do you call it? Like little collaboration events. One with this place called Honey and Butter down in like the LA area. I think it's in Irvine actually. And they had an exclusive shirt for that. I went to that, got the exclusive shirt. I think what is it? Maybe it's not one of these keychains. Oh, this pin is from that as well. I feel like I have another thing that was from that Honey and Butter event. Maybe not. But then I also went to like another. They had like an art gallery exhibit thing as well. That's like, oh, on my Twitter. It's like my pinned tweet on my Twitter. It's from August. But like it's like just like a thread of just all the pictures I took at that art gallery exhibit. But it was like a bunch of like, oh man, it's so cool. And it was done so well. because I was like, okay, I'm going to this Omori art exhibit thing at Gallery Nucleus, also in the LA area, but it was in Alhambra. But it was like it was an art exhibit from like stuff from the game, like sketches that, you know, before it got put into the game, you know, like concepts and stuff like that, and like all this cool stuff. And then but like the layout was what was cool about it, because like it was like I don't know, I've been to art exhibits and things like that before, and a lot of times it's just like, here's the art on the wall and some, you know, like stuff in the middle or whatever, and that's kind of how this looked. Like, it's like, oh, here's like the different pieces all over the wall, but then like in the middle there's like a display with like all kinds of like crazy, like, yeah, like concept art and like just like random stuff like Omocat had come up with and drawn before, you know, officializing stuff into the game and like settling on ideas and things like that. But there's like, so the light bulb, I have the light bulb like keychain here. I don't know if my camera reaches. I guess you can kind of see it, but it's in the game. There's a light bulb that's like, it's like a recurring thing, and in the art exhibit, like you can't really notice it, but like as you're like walking around, if you look up, you can see the light bulb, because it's a black light bulb. It's just like a light bulb that's black. They had a black light bulb hanging from the ceiling, and then there was like an upstairs part to the exhibit, and this part, so like I was saying, it was like the layout was done really well, because like it wasn't just a generic like, oh, here's all the art along the wall thing. Like they had like the light bulb there. They had you go to the stairs to go upstairs, and there's an important, like, I guess it's spoilery, so I'm not gonna spoil it, but there's like a picture at the top of the stairs, a picture at the bottom of the stairs, and like when you go down the stairs, you see a picture like above like the bottom of the stairs, like doorway or whatever, and like it's just like seeing those every, like, yeah, like walking up to it and seeing it. Oh, so I guess like, yeah, if you want to look through that Omori tweet, like that thread I made, beware of spoilers. I mean, it probably won't make sense out of context, but you will see stuff that would be spoilers in the game. But those, I think, aren't till the end of the thread, so you might be able to get through and then just stop yourself and be like, okay, I've seen enough before you get spoiled. But anyway, yeah, like going to the stairs, like it's like looking at the bottom of the stairs, it's like, oh, and then like looking at the top of the stairs, it's like, oh, and then you go to the top part of the exhibit and you see all this other stuff, and there's a song playing, and it's like a song that's like when I cried at the end of the game the first time I beat it, like the first ending I saw, and that song that plays at the end like will trigger those emotions. Like listening to the song will like make me choke up. But going to the top exhibit, like the top part, that song is playing, and I was just like that's where all the extra depressing art is. And yeah, I was just like, man, like I'm gonna cry just right here. Like, not actually, but like this like whole area is just like very emotionally charged. And then what was it? Yeah, so like, and then yeah, when you're like leaving that upper part and you walk to go down the stairs, you see like this other piece of art, like I was saying, above like the bottom of the stairs, like on the wall up above it, and you're just like, oh, okay. And then like, whatever, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. All right, time to like leave this art exhibit and go cry in my car. But there's like a funny thing, I can't talk about it without spoiling it, but there was a cosplayer there who decided to like act out a scene from the game, and it was hilarious, even though the scene is very the opposite of hilarious. But it was just funny that this girl was like, oh wait, I'm gonna do this thing, and then she let everyone take pictures of her doing the thing, and it was funny. But anyway, it was fun, and it was cool. And yeah, like then I got an exclusive shirt, and an exclusive pin. I think this is the one. I haven't put it on my thing yet, but what is this? Oh, zip ties, or not zip ties, twist ties. But like this pin, I don't know, like I feel like every time I try to put something up to the camera to show this, my monitor is so bright, it makes, like, it puts a glare on it, it makes it impossible to see. Hold on, I can never figure out the angle. There you go. But that came from that Omori gallery nucleus art exhibit thing. But like, I don't know, I'm an Omori merch hype beast. I don't know, like I will literally drive 6 hours down to Southern California to sit in line for, because like that first event, the honey and butter thing, honey and butter is, they make macarons, like the little, like, I don't know if you would call it macarona pastry, but it's like 2 cookies with cream in the center. But I've made macarons, they're like, it's a complicated process. It's not just like throw some cookies in the oven. She had more knickknacks for decoration. A lot of the stuff, yeah, I just like collect from like events like that, or just order online. Like I have a ton of figures, a lot of them in boxes, some of them are out. Like I like the 2 newest things I got are these amiibos from Splatoon 3. But amiibos are cheap, they're only like 15 bucks. So like a figure, like the most recent figure I got was Felicia from Darkstalkers, the Bishoujo series, the Kotobukiya like Bishoujo series. And that was probably like 130 bucks, but that's like normal price for figures. But like all these keychains and stuff, yeah, like I don't know, I'm just like, I see a keychain I like, I buy it, and I just like stick it on here. I have like a few, like I have a bunch of pins, but I also have these keychains. So I was talking about like this shirt, Omocat had like a new line for the game for Omori. She also just like, she does like a lot of Hololive stuff, but I have like a few more keychains that I have to put up. But like when I got this shirt, like that whole like drop, I guess there was like a bunch of, I got 2 shirts, those keychains, and then these pins here as well. I just haven't, like, yeah, I haven't put them up. I don't know if that's like the right spot to be able to see, but these are all like, these are characters from the game. Hold on, I'm trying to move it. The glare, whatever. I guess you can't see one of them, but whatever, they're bosses from the game. And I was like, I want these. And then these keychains were like blind box keychains basically. And I was like, so I basically took a chance getting them, because it was like, okay, there's like 10 possible things I could get, and I want at least half of them. So unless I get super unlucky, I should get at least one thing I want. Wait, your dog would steal them and ruin them. That's awful. That's like, yeah, I would be mortified if if I found one of these, if I found one of my figures mangled by a dog or something. Actually, one of my figures, so one of my other Felicia figures, I have like 5 Felicia figures. One of them, her tail broke off, and someone broke it because it's like snapped off the base of her in a way that I was like, dude, someone came in here, or came into my, yeah, someone came into my room at some point and like picked it up to like look at it or something, and when they put it back down, they broke her tail off or something, or they just like broke her tail off somehow. And I didn't notice because like, I don't know, the way she sits, like I couldn't tell until like one day I was like, oh, let me dust this off, and like I picked her up from the base to like wipe the base, and her tail like stayed on the base, and I was like, what the heck? And then I looked at it and I was like, oh, somebody broke it, and I was just real mad. I bought super glue to glue it back on. I just haven't done it yet because I have to like, the way her tail is, it like sits at the bottom. It's like, because it's a tail, so it's like right above her butt, but where she's sitting, it would be like, she would be like leaning on it basically. And so like, if I super glue it and then sit her, like I would have to like get stuff to like hold her up so that the tail doesn't get like glued at a weird angle, if that makes sense. So I just haven't like taken the time to do it because I would have to like clear out a space to do that and like leave it so that it can dry like that. Anyway, yeah, like just like having that happen, I'm like, man, like thinking about like you bringing that up, I'm just like, dude, we used to have a dog. If she ever came into my room and like grabbed one of my figures or something, I would have, destroyed her. But yeah, I don't know. Omori's good. You should play it. It's fun. It's like it's kind of simple. It's like I was saying, it's like a little JRPG. It's like one of those quirky Earthbound like games, indie Earthbound like games that people hate or whatever. I've never played Earthbound, so I don't even know what Earthbound actually is like. But it's like the combat is like, it's like that style, like kind of like a JRPG, not like active time battle, but like turn-based JRPG style. You love Earthbound, you might love Omori, because Omocat loves Earthbound, and she made Omori because she loves Earth. Like, she had the idea for Omori and stuff like that for a while. Like, she'd been like drawing Omori kind of related stuff, but she wanted to make a game. And PK Fire, she loved Earthbound, so she wanted to make her game like Earthbound. And so it has like a lot of inspiration from Earthbound or the Mother series. But it's not like a ripoff, if that makes sense. They like the combat I was gonna say. It's like turn-based, but it plays with emotions. So you have like happy, mad, and sad, and there's a triangle where like happy beats mad, mad beats sad, and sad beats happy. I think, I can't remember. It might be reversed, but there's a triangle, and you have to like play with those elements and play with bosses with the elements, because you can make enemies and bosses. You can inflict the emotions on them, and they can inflict them on you, and you can inflict them on yourself. And like there's levels to it, and you get buffs and debuffs depending on what emotion you're feeling and what level it's at. Like sadness, you have like higher defense, but you do less damage. Or no, you don't have higher, maybe you have higher defense, but you, instead of losing HP, you lose MP. And then what else was it? But you do less damage when you attack, I think. Then happiness, you have like higher chances of crit. You're faster and you have higher chances of critting, but you miss more, like your accuracy is lowered. And then anger is you do more damage, but you take more damage. And then there's like other stats, like you can raise attack and defense and speed and stuff like that, like your regular old JRPG mechanics. But I don't know, the setting in the world is cool, and it goes between like real life and a dream world. So like it's called, the real life part is called Faraway Town because that's the name of the town, and then the dream world is what do they call it, Headspace. And then there's also Black Space and like all this other stuff. I don't know, it's cool, it's really good, I like it a lot. Like I was saying, it's one of my favorite games of all time. Like I like it so much that I'm willing to take trips down to LA, 6 hour, I guess it's like 5 hour drives, because when I drive down, I drive in the middle of the night when there's no traffic, and like make sure I like get there, because like the honey and butter thing, I started talking about this, but it opened at I think like 8 a.m. or something like that. But I left at midnight, and I got there at like, I think I left a little bit before midnight, and I got there at like 4 in the morning. Like I remember getting there like a couple hours before you're supposed to line up, because like they were saying, like they put out a message saying like, oh, you can't line up before 6 a.m. the security guards will kick you out. But I was like, I'm gonna line up anyway, because I'm afraid, because like she was also doing a thing where the first 143 people in line got like a special little gift, and I was like, I need to make sure I'm one of those 143 people, and I was number 77. But I got there, yeah, like before 6 a.m. and I was worried, like I was like, man, like I'm gonna get in line, hopefully there's someone there so I'm not by myself and I don't just like stand out in front and just get arrested or something, because like if there's a group of people, I'm sure a security guard would be like, hey, what are you doing? And then we'd be like, oh, we're here for the thing. But if it was just me by myself, it would be like, all right, you're coming with me, or you need to leave. But anyway, there's like 76 other people before me. There's actually probably like 60 something people when I got there, but I had to pee, so I went to the bathroom. Like I showed up and I like was like, hey, is this the line for the Omori thing? And like, yeah. I was like, do you guys know where the bathroom is? They're like, oh yeah, go in there. And I went to the bathroom. When I came back out, there were more people in line, and I just got in line behind those people. But like, as I was walking, I was counting like, okay, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Okay, I should be clear. Yeah, it ended up being number 77. But like I was saying, I got there like 4 something in the morning, and then I didn't get into the shop until 11. So I was in line for 7 hours because it was just like so slow moving. Because like even with only like 70 something people in front of me, everyone took so long to like get in because everyone was getting macarons because they had like character themed macarons. And then all the merch and like taking pictures with all the stuff out because they had like the whole place was like covered in Omori stuff, and then they had like cutouts and things and all kinds of like displays out to like look at and take pictures of, and then the merch stuff to buy. And so like just like getting through 76 people before me took like, yeah, like when they opened at 8, it took like 3 hours just to get to me, but I had a lineup before that. But it was fun though, because it was like a mini convention basically. It was like a mini Omori convention because there's tons of people in cosplay. Everyone, like, you got a number in line, so you could like, once you got your number, you could pretty much just go anywhere you want and just like come back and take your spot in line because you have the number for it or whatever. So like everyone's like, you know, like mingling and stuff as we're waiting in line and moving, like the line's slowly moving and stuff. And it was like, it was fun because like, yeah, like the guys in front of me were like, it was dumb. They're like, it was like 3 or 4 guys who were friends, and they kept like talking to me. Like I wanted to be left alone for the most part. Like I was like taking pictures of stuff and just like whatever, but these guys kept like trying to include me in their antics, and they're pretty funny. But and then they ended up just like, they asked me what my name was, and I told them. I was like, yeah, I'm Rigo or whatever, and they introduced themselves, and then they forgot my name like immediately, and they're just like, we're just gonna call you Omo Bro. Because like Omori, Omo Cat, Omo Bro, and I was like, that's fine. Like, that's funny, I'll take it. And so then they just called me Omo Bro for the whole thing. But it was like, yeah, it was just fun like hanging out with them, and like, yeah, just like the whole thing. Because like, I don't know if you've ever been to conventions, like anime conventions or stuff like that, but it felt like going to one of those. And this was like in 2020 or maybe, no, I think it was 2020. So it was like the pandemic had been around for like a few months already, because this was in like June or July, I think. So like it was like kind of cool to be like, all right, there's a pandemic going on, but at least I can still go to a convention, kind of thing like that. Because I think they canceled Anime Expo that year, so I didn't get to go to that. I don't know if I was planning on going to that. I can't remember. I don't think I had tickets, at least. Only been to one convention. What convention? TwitchCon? I kind of want to go to TwitchCon eventually, like at some point, but I also kind of don't, because every year that TwitchCon happens, there's always like all this drama or all these like accidents and things that I'm like, man, glad I wasn't around for that. But it's also stuff that I'm like, I don't think any of that would have mattered to me. Also, wait, didn't I dispel one of these guys? How did they get buffed again? Oh, in middle school. Did that work? Do I have to dispel twice? Hold on, I'm try again. Then I have to heal. No, I guess I just can't dispel those extra buffs. Well, I'm gonna keep focusing on the one guy. Okay, and heal. Oh, we got one. Okay. I was looking at my menu, so I didn't even see that guy die. Phoenix Comic-Con. Oh, okay. I haven't been to like the, what do you call it? Like the, what's the I guess New York Comic-Con is one of the big ones, but there's one in San Diego Comic-Con. Those are like the two like coastal big ones. I saw Kira again. Wait, did they buff themselves up again? Why is the Garrick moving? Oh, I need more MP. Oh, did they rob her of her MP again, dude? Come on. I'm so sick of this. I was talking about that earlier, like when they did it the first time. Because she has 190 MP, and they'll just hit her with a move that steals the MP and steal all of it. Like right there. I literally, oh my god. I literally just used the ether, got 100, and he just like stole it right away. Anyway, I've never been to the big Comic-Cons, but I've been to like local ones like that. Like, I don't know, there's a few like around me, like, that happened. There was actually one, like last month or whatever, that my brother texted me a picture of the flyer for, and I was like, are you going? And he's like, oh no. And I'm like, well then why'd you tell me? Like, I'm not gonna go by myself. God, these enemies. But like, yeah, like, so like, I was complaining right now. I feel like every boss now comes with a move that is just steal all your MP. And if Yuna gets hit, I have to spend 20 turns recovering and trying to fix that. Because, she needs MP. She literally needs it. Oh, we're protected and sheltered, but we have to Asuna Riku. Anyway, Omori. Good game. I like it a lot. I don't know, like, there's like, I don't know, there are people who don't like it, but I think, like, one of my friends, I got him to get it and play it, and he's like, yeah, I don't know, it was just, I played it for a couple hours and I got bored, and I'm like, man, that's weird, because like, he's played Persona 5. He's played Persona 5 and then Royal twice, I think. Or maybe he played Persona 5 twice and then Royal. But it's like, you're willing to play that kind of JRPG, but you won't play this, like, I don't know. It's like, Omori is less flashy because it's like a 2D pixely, like, game. But it's like the same, I don't know, turn-based combat kind of thing. Like, there's not much difference to the gameplay. If that makes sense. Like, you don't have, like, what do they call them? Personas? I was gonna say demons. Because, what do you call it? Last thing I played was, oh my god, dude. This is so annoying, because, like, they're not gonna win. But they keep buffing themselves just to make it take longer for me to win. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know, yeah. Like, maybe before you buy it and play it, look at some gameplay. I have my playthroughs up on YouTube, on my archives, if you want to just watch my playthrough. But that's like one of my early streams too, so it's like, you can see what Snowball streams were before I got a face cam, when I had like a headset mic. The early days. Why is this guy so much, like, it's taking so much longer to kill this one than it took to kill that last one. Also, I should be rotating around. I should have done that earlier, but I didn't think about it. Because I keep going. Like, I keep doing this where, like, I send Riku one way and then Pain the other way. Like, one goes clockwise, the other one goes counterclockwise, and then I end up mixing them up. Oh, wait, we're good. And, like, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't go opposite ways so that I don't mix them up like that. Anyway. I like the shirt a lot. This is the first time I've worn it too. So, like, I'm afraid, like, I'm like trying to be careful with it when I like do anything, cause like I don't want to like ruin the prints and stuff like that. Like, I'll probably take it off before I go to sleep so I don't, like, I don't know, do something stupid and just like put a big old scratch. Dude, these guys are so annoying. Wait, what just happened? I dispelled him, but it didn't. Did she miss? I didn't think you could miss. Also, like, yeah, these guys are extremely obnoxious. This fight is so stupid. I hate this fight. Man. Because now I have to Asuna, Pain, and... Wait, no. Riku's just missing because the guy has a million evasion now. Ugh. This fight sucks. And Yuna's dead. Oh, she dodged. Okay, now she's dead. Part of me just wants to hit Assault and just... either let them die trying to kill one guy. Like, it's annoying because that guy will also cast regen. I should use a potion instead of taking a turn like that. But they're so fast now. What if I just use enemy or items? Do I have like... Let's do that. Just want to see what the damage is like. It's so weak. Can you believe? I mean, like, I feel like I'll be able to do it. It's just like extremely unfun. Cause like I dispel stuff, but they still have a million other buffs that I can't undo unless I start. Like I have to use Pain's breaks, but she has no MP because they did the one hit take all your MP move. So I would have to use an ether, but if I like, it's a waste because if I use one, they'll just do it again and steal it all. Yeah, I don't know. This fight is so unfun. We killed that one guy. Like yeah, it's just like it's getting worse because like the longer the fight goes on, the harder it is to hit that guy because his evasion is so high now, and it's just gonna keep going up. So like even without dark, like she has darkness now, but like before she had darkness, she was missing. So it's like this doesn't like nothing. It's never gonna get better. Like the fight is just gonna get worse and worse and worse as time goes on. MP blowout. He just did it again. He just robbed her of the last little bit she had. Dude, nobody has any MP. Like, Riku and Pain don't need it, but Yuna does. Like, they don't even do... Like, that's the other thing. Is like, they don't even do... See, and it's like... Oh my god. Before I can even do anything, he just, like, rebuffs. Like, I dispel it all. And then before I can, like, get Yuna another turn to do something, to try and, like, Asuna away something, he just rebuffs again. So, like, I dispelled both of them. This is actually going to be impossible. And look, he's going to do it. Oh, he's blinding. Okay. I thought he was getting ready to do it again. I actually lost track of HP there. Hurry up. Oh my god. The problem is protects the wall at all costs. The problem is that like each time he uses Mighty Guard, it gives them the buffs and I can dispel them, but it also stacks the other buffs. So like I'm never going to, I can't get rid of those. I literally have nothing on Pain that will get rid of the evasion. All I can do is lower their defense and attack or whatever, but I can't touch their evasion at all. So it's like just impossible. I could use this Chocobo Feather on someone to make sure they go faster, but I don't know. I'm about to like actually just Like, I wish I could just kill the one smaller guy. Because there was 2 of them. I killed one. I just want to kill the other one so that I can just kill this one, like, focus this one last guy down. But they just won't even let me. Yeah. Because they're getting faster and faster, every time I, like, go through my rotation to, like, debuff them, to, like, undo some of the damage that they're doing, they're just stacking it back up because I have to take time. I have to take time to go around, but each time I take time to go around, they're getting faster about doing it themselves. That it's like, I can't keep up with it. I literally cannot do anything about this fight. What an awful, like, I don't know why they would design this. Okay, take care, Risky. I appreciate you stopping by. Listening to me rage about this. Nobody else has darkness right now, so I don't have to worry about that, but like, man. Oh, we don't have... they stole her MP. Oh, no. Was it because she died? Or did they steal her MP? And I don't know. But then, yeah, like, when they focus Yuna, that makes it even worse. Because, like... I'm about to just, like, hit escape, go into special parameters, and, like, do something that'll just, like, give me a free win. Because I can't... I use Ether, and then the very next thing he does is just steal all that MP back. So I can't, like, I have 4 Ethers left, and I'm gonna use the 4 Ethers, and he's just gonna steal all the MP every time, and so I'm just gonna be stuck, like, not able to do anything. Because I have 2 Elixirs, but that, like, he'll just steal that too. Like, no matter what I do, that MP blowout just steals all of her MP. So if I use Elixir and get 190 MP, he takes 1 move to just undo all of that work. Undo this very expensive item. This is so stupid because they also have regen on, which is like he's healing all the damage I'm doing. So even when I do get the damage in, when I finally land the hit that I can't land. What an obnoxious, like, hold on. Like, I feel like all I can do right now is actually quit out and redo the fight and, like, not let it get to this point, because there's no... Okay, great. This is so stupid. I'm, like, looking up the fight now, because I'm like, what is the solution here? And people are like, oh, be at a high level. And then someone says, do not attack the 2 Ronso youths with him. Concentrate all your efforts on Garrett, because if you defeat either of the youths, he starts casting Mighty Guard, which is what he's doing, which is what's making it impossible. So, like, because I tried to take out one of the smaller guys first, I, like, just broke the fight so that it becomes impossible, basically. What a stupid... yeah, I don't know. This game. Like, I was talking about it, I've been complaining about it all throughout the playthrough. How, like, so much of it feels like padding and just, like, stuff meant to waste your time. That fight, especially, is, like, in your face. Just, this is here to waste your time.
Ronso.
And if I add...
Mountain.
What if...
Wait. Skip scene. And now this is gonna go down, like, he's gonna go down real fast because I know what to do. Oh, I didn't mean to go that way. Also, I should have stayed on White Mage and buffed up first. Protect and Shelled. Oh wait. Pain. Oh wait, no. I was gonna say Pain's about to die, but it's not that. I think she just has low HP because she's on some weak class. I haven't had to watch animations in so long. I forgot. I forgot how long they actually take. Oops. Okay. Garrick. Garrick. They still do that MP blowout thing, dude. At least they hit Pain with it, but man. Okay, they don't have any buffs yet. Which is kind of what I was expecting. He still casts Mighty Guard. I guess I'm still gonna just focus him. I hope we can kill him before he can stack it up so huge. Oh, we need to send Yuna over here one more time. I forgot. To get the rest of the buffs. Of course. Excuse me. God, dude. How do I... Just dispel the main guy, I guess. So he can't just, like, stack stuff up super fast. I guess I'll just keep dispelling. Nice. Now I can't do it anymore. God, dude. That's so annoying because, like, every other boss fight... Oh, great. Whatever. Let's see. I'll do that. Hope he doesn't kill her. And then I'm literally just gonna assault. And let it just go. Because we have no MP and I'm not gonna waste my ethers anymore. Not now. Not now that I've restarted. I'm just gonna save them all. What a stupid move. MP blowout just steals all of your MP. Like I was saying, this fight feels like it's just meant to waste your time, and that's the main part of it. Is just like a move to instantly rob you of any kind of like counterplay ability. I don't even want to. I'm not even gonna watch this. I have to. I can mash through it though. I just don't. I'm not gonna give these guys the satisfaction of getting to have their cutscene. What an awful fight. Awful fight. Awful sequence. I don't know. Like, the only reason I was able to tolerate going up this mountain was because I turned off the encounters. Man. What a miserable mission. I didn't even get my samurai spear, dude. Obtained in Kilika Temple. Wait, I thought it came from Kimahri. What did I get from Kimahri then? I thought I read something that said it was Kimahri. Oh, he gave me the trainer one. That's, I probably, either they mix it up or I mix it up somehow. Whatever. We're done with that stupid fight. We still have to figure out how to get into Kilika Temple. But I think... I remember... Before I went to do that, that took like, I don't know, at least an hour. Probably more. But the plan was go get Samurai from Kimari, but he didn't give it to me. The backup plan was do this. And look for Donna. Oh, what is that new grid they gave me too? Wishbringer. HP Stroll regen. Use Kiraga auto regen. So if you hop from like the left to the right or the right to the left, you just get auto regen. Oh, an HP Stroll if it's equipped. That seems kind of cool. Like if you're like, oh, I'm low on HP, you just equip this and walk around a little bit and heal it back. Okay. Donna. Please. I don't know. Nice.
My.
Okay, I don't know which one
Brings
she's in.
you here.
Or which one she was in.
We heard fiends were coming from the temple.
And you just had to come running.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I'm not even so sure there are any fiends.
You haven't checked?
I'm in the Youth League. Do you think they'd let me in the temple?
So now what? We giving up?
Let's take a look first.
You'll never get near the temple. The Youth League's blockaded the forest entrance.
What's wrong with her thumb?
As they should. We can't have those temple vermin crawling into town now, can we? Besides, it spares me from having to see that sulky face.
Sulky face? Bartello?
Of course, he's with New Yevon, so naturally he's in the temple. But then it's really none of my business.
Then we'll make it ours. Besides, I'm worried about the fiends.
If you want to go that badly, I won't stop you. But they're turning people away at the gate.
Tell me.
I've got it. I'll distract one of the guards. That's your chance to run through.
I knew she was worried about him.
The rope thing that she's wearing. What is the purpose of that? Donna. Nice. 2,000 gil. Cause like it looks cool, but it doesn't look like it serves a function. Like it's like wrapped around. Yeah, it just like goes over her shoulders and under her armpits, and then around her back.
Wait for our chance and
But it's not like holding anything up. Oh, let's go. Okay, sneak through the gate unnoticed. We forgot to open the gate, then make a break for it. A to rush the gate. Right bumper, toggle point of view. Change your view. Watch closely. When the time's right, press A to make a run for it. Oh, God. I don't need practice. I only get one chance. He's not even looking. No, he's turning. What a scam. Look away. Look away. Go. Nice. Easy. And there's a chest. Free. How did the guard standing next to the Bushido lore? Wait, what was that? Was it an accessory? I didn't see what kind of item it was. But anyway, the guy who like signaled to open the gate, how did he not? Yeah. Use Bushido abilities learned as a samurai. All we have is the one default one.
You, what are you doing?
What? We still got caught.
There's a hidden path
I was gonna
through
say.
the woods. Walk the treetops.
Walk the treetops. Yeah, the guy standing who was like, open the gate. How did he just like let that happen and not say anything or do anything? It had to be the guy up in the tower who was like, what the heck? Also, Jesus Christ. Why are so many people in this forest? And why are they running around instead of leaving the forest? She said the treetops. Let me save first. How do I get up in the treetops? Oh, let me turn off encounters because I don't want to deal with them right now. Like, I've lost my patience for the night to, I don't know. Do anything except for just fight the bosses. God. Why? Like, what are they doing? They're just standing at that gate and yelling instead of going around. I didn't want to actually walk up to the gate. Excuse me. How do I... God, I hate how vague so many of the like hints are. Cause like, yeah, like she's like, use the treetops, and it's like, how do I get to the treetops? I'm literally like holding circle, just scraping the wall now because it's so vague. Like, part of me is like, maybe I have to touch every fence, every gate until something happens, and then there'll be a cutscene that's like, oh, everything's locked, we have to do this or something. It's like,
Donna said there was a hidden path.
okay. I just had to rub my face against all the walls. That's the hidden path?
Treetops.
Why would I... Yeah, whatever. Holding, so you just have to like run around and hold circle, I guess, until that happens. But, turning off encounters there. Like, that's the only... That, yeah. Like, that's not a puzzle, that's not... I don't know. Exploration. It's literally just... We've been on this map 20 times, and they just want you to run back and forth until you trigger that scene. Oh, I should have kept encounters off. Because it's the same guys we fought a million times before. God, that Garrett fight was so bad. Like, just the fact that it can just get out of hand like that. And there's no, yeah, there's no way, because like every other boss fight where it's big boss and two small guys or whatever, you kill the small guys first because they're gonna like overwhelm you. Because that's what it looked like, is like he was buffing them, so I'm like, okay, I need to kill them so that he can't keep buffing, like he has nothing to buff, you know, because he probably has way more HP than they do, so it'll take way more work to kill him. That if I don't kill the small ones, the ones that he's buffing are gonna get out of control. And they did, but it's because I wasn't killing him. Whatever, anyway, it's over. Also, why are these guys green? Were they always green? They look like zombies. Oh, let me turn encounters off again. Like, I turned it off because of that cutscene, because I was like, oh, I don't want that little symbol over the cutscene. Pest control. Okay. Oh, the ghost. How are they shooting it? How does Shinra keep getting to all these places before me? Big boys don't cry, do they? Why not? Jeez. Just points his gun at me. Don't go in there, that's for refugees only. Send all these in a fight. You don't need those sentries. I'll do it. My nose. It's this right nostril. It's been like itching all night, but it hasn't ever gotten to like a point to be a sneeze. What is happening? Easy. Maybe. Daeva? Weak to holy. Cool. Elemental and support magic. So probably want a shell. See how much damage this does. Oh, that's pretty good. Because I was going to say, if it's kind of low, I might go around the grid. But, yeah, whatever. He's dead. Wait, Bartillo's dead? No way.
Bartillo?
I'll be okay.
The fiends?
We're holding them off, somehow. They're coming from inside. One after another. Oh!
What was that noise?
If the fiends reach the town, they'll reach Donna!
They won't.
Thanks.
Donna wants to see you. Well, she didn't come right out and say it, but you can kind of tell.
I want to see her too. Even if we believe different things, I'll always feel the same about her. The time of the summoners may have passed, but I will always be Donna's guardian. I live only to protect her.
And you can say that with a straight face?
Donna!
Oh my god. Why? Wait. Oh. So I have to go to the blue flame to trigger the dude. And then kill him. Excalibur. Shell? Maybe? If we can get it off in time? Oh, he's hasting. That's fine. He should die to just pain and Riku. Yeah. Pain or Riku does like 20. Excuse me, like 27-ish. Like at least 25. So Pain only has to do 15 to kill him, or I guess like 19. Says like 44, I think it was. Do I have to fight one for each one of these? Ghosts. Oh wait, no. Also, why doesn't White Mage get to learn Holy? Does life work on them? Haunt. They're probably weak to Holy. Oh, she doesn't have any more MP. Oh, she needs literally 1 MP. Whatever. Okay, it doesn't work. Or it missed. What are they doing? Doom. Okay. We're fine. He should die. Oh, that was on Pain. I thought that was on Riku. They have crazy long tails, I guess, because that like long white line coming out of them. I'm gonna turn off the encounters because I don't want to be bothered. Oh, okay. It's just like when I touch the actual fire. I didn't realize. Like, I thought that was a random encounter. Nice. And then Yuna's like, okay, here's our shell after he's dead. So I still have to do one more then. The one on the left, I don't think I activated. Oh, maybe I did. Or there's no enemy for it? Oh, wait. That was a random encounter. Or not? What is happening? Oops. Why? Okay. So that middle one was a random encounter. It just like happened right when I went up to it and made me think that because I was pressing X on it, I went to press X at it. So like perfectly timed to make me think that I triggered it. Because then when I went to the one on the right, that one also like I pressed X on and it was the real fight. But the middle one wouldn't let me do it again. Like this left one did it. But I guess it's the order you have to do it in, which there's no hint or clue to, so it's just meant to waste your time, like I was saying. Meant to waste your time because you're supposed to just walk back and forth and touch them until it works. So get random encounters because you're like, oh, I went to the wrong one. Oh, she's out of MP. Well, maybe we can kill him before he can kill us. Oh, okay. Faraga, not too bad. Popper. These guys don't even give that much experience or anything. They're not hard to kill, but like 60 experience for that? For 4,400 HP? Okay. No. Also, she learned Popper, so what's next? Fountain. Damage all enemies. Okay. Oh, delay attack is gonna take forever. Anti-aircraft. Actually, I think I would rather have Dismantler for Machina. Also, this song sounds familiar. Oh, there's 2 of them. I'm glad I used that ether. But this is like, This is more of what I was talking about, of like, a lot of this feels like filler and just padding, because they didn't even want to give you like different enemies, or like literally it's the same fight over and over again, and now it's like the Elden Ring problem of like, oh, here's that boss you saw again, and then it's like, okay, now there's 2 of them. Oh wait, I don't need to scan. Why did I scan? Oh, they have 32. I thought they had 40 something. Never mind. I kind of want to see what Popper looks like, but let me kill one of them first. Fiend Hunter, okay. Oh God. Oh, it's like a little firecracker thing. Oh, that's like okay damage. Oh wait, why did I do it again? I'll say it's not worth or it's not as good as the fish. Whatever. Oh. Okay. Oh, I was gonna say, there's a big firewall. I'm gonna have to fight like a, oh. They just leave. My samurai sphere. Finally. Her hat. This is pretty cute. To like make them wear the samurai outfit. Like I can't see the rest of it, but just like seeing their helmets. Mirror of Equity. More damage when HP is low. Attack by throwing Gill. Inflict MP damage. Sparkler. Damage one enemy. Non-parade? I don't know. Raise user strength and accuracy. That seems like the most important thing. Why does this song sound familiar? Like not from like it sounds like it's in like a movie or movies. Okay, whatever. I'll put those on the garment grid later because I want to see what they all look like, but not right now. I feel like doing that in here is a bad idea. Oh.
Again.
An Aeon?
Yeah.
Uni.
I know. I'm ready.
Why? Why is she ready? What do I do? Armor break. Probably weak to ice, right? Yeah. Dude, I love this system. Okay, have her buff everybody. Oh, she can use... Wait, did I pick the right fish? Whatever. Oh, God. Yes. Nice. Hurry up, Pain. What are you waiting for? I'm gonna heal before he one-shots us somehow. Also, I didn't see how much damage that attack did. Just looking at my menus. He's almost... Riku's too good. Meteor Strike. Great. Kill him. Unless he's already dead. Okay, yeah. That's not bad at all. But I think I might be getting too strong. And like, not fighting all the random encounters lets me hang on to my HP and MP and stuff like that. What is that clicking noise?
Another hole.
It got quieter, but it's still there. I can't hear it anymore. It was happening earlier too, but it's definitely coming from the game. Cool. Angel earrings. I forgot why we were even doing that. I think it was just to do that, actually. I think there's distress signals and Yuno was like, let's help.
I don't get it.
Fortunately, I know everything.
I know
So
everything.
why were fiends coming out of the temples?
The
I don't know.
fiends didn't come
Oh.
from the temples. They came from the chambers of the faith.
Right, exactly. But why?
I'm just a kid.
He doesn't know.
The holes in the chambers of the faith. Were they there before?
No. So the holes must be new, right?
There was one in Bavel too. A great hole.
Yes, we were all there.
That one was made by Vecnagon, wasn't it?
That's true, but they're connected somehow.
The holes are connected?
Yes, but it's more than just that. Somehow I think there are deeper connections.
What is he doing?
Is deep, Yuna.
Distress call from Jose Temple.
Jose, is it Gibble?
Looks like they got into some trouble trying to clear out the fiends.
Right, here's the order. Guard wings, forget it. Let Gibble save himself.
What?
You.
I can't understand.
Well, Yuna?
Well, we'll just have to charge him a little extra then. Go Wings, let's go!
Can't we give him a discount?
Why would we give him a discount? Riku, stop. Stop. Oh, I didn't read that. Whoops. It's the same song.
Fatuhu guf, dariku jehekrat.
Drid Hella's boob.
Is Gibble gone too?
Uh-huh.
The leaders of all three groups. Missing?
I have a hunch something funny's going on.
They're all the same person. What? What? What?
Translation? Not good.
Then that's our cue.
Fiends aren't to be taken lightly. Oh yeah? What fiends? Oh, I should save. Alright, just run straight through. But first... Wait. Your excavation account has been reset to 0 and your wages adjusted. Oh, that's if I was doing that dig thing? Whatever. Mine? A remedy. I can't understand you. That guy's like, if only I wasn't hurt. He's a malingerer. That's one of the things in Band of Brothers. So many of the guys get injured and they sneak out of the hospital to go back to the front lines and fight. And I'm just like, dang, dude. You guys are hardcore. Nice. All he has is a knife. Okay. Oh. Oh, the elevator. Oh, she dead? Oh, wait. Gipple. I wonder if what they're saying in Al Bhed is any kind of like hint or clue to something. But I don't care to take the time to translate it. Pushing the altars. What? I don't know which one. I wonder if it's the same. Oh, I have to. Okay, yeah. The fight for each one. Okay. He's charging something up. Petrify. Well, he got Yuna, but we probably don't need her. I don't know how much HP it has, but it's probably weak to holy, and hopefully it's not that much. But he seems really strong, like he was able to one-shot. Okay. Okay, see, that guy actually gives you experience. Did she get unstoned? Yeah, okay. No, she didn't. So she can't Asuna herself. What do we have? Soft. Okay. Please don't be the same fight. Oh, nice. Oh, okay, because I got the wrong one. So they probably tell me which one. But I kind of want to do all of them now. Oh, this fight's not bad. I think they're weak to fire. They do lightning. Which means they're weak to water. Or they should be. Whatever. I can also just whack them to death. That didn't look super effective, but it might have been. I'm gonna do fire and see what the difference looks like. What the damage difference is. Yeah, fire is way stronger. Okay. So there's two more. if they're not stronger or harder than that tomb thing, it shouldn't be a problem. Oh god. They're so desperate to doom. Please kill. Nice. And then Pain should be able to kill this other one. If she's gonna go, I'm just gonna sit here and wait. Wait, what did he do? Death? Oh, doom, okay. Nice. Okay, one more. Pain has no more MP. I'll do that. Just in case. Oh, these guys? Whatever. Fire. Nice. Oh. Perfect. She should be able to kill it. Oh, it survived. That's to be barely alive. Yeah. Okay. And then what? I don't remember what that did in 10, but I think it involved going back down. Probably. Excuse me. But we don't have to worry about it anymore. Who is in this temple? Ixion.
An Aeon?
Why is she surprised?
Merge with El Bed
It's the 4th time?
Isn't that what they said?
How can this be?
I don't know what Ixion's weak to. I would assume water, but...
This can't be happening.
Jeez. My god. He's so fast. Why? Yeah, weak to water. 12,000 HP. Okay. I mean, it's doable, but jeez. Wait, why didn't she... Whatever. God, why is that so strong? With all the buffs? And that was so weak. I don't understand. Like, his basic attack is barely any damage, but that wind thing he shoots does a billion. Fountain. He likes hitting her with it. man. I want to run Una through her grid, but we can't because this guy keeps almost one shot. Oh wait, what is that? Don't be a heal. Oh, that's not that bad. Only 200. Okay, I think it's safe. There's no way he kills us. Nobody else has been able to. This is how it happened in 10 as well, but like the models just like stay stiff and like float around. Okay, it's not. I need to go back to White Mage. Yeah. Maybe we should cast regens too, like Shell Protect and then regen for like baby heal. Oh, it's over. But I should start doing that as like part of the setup. I wish I had haste. I don't know where haste is. It's probably on some other class, but I don't know yet. Soul of the Massa. The Massa? Unwavering Guard.
Oh, another hole. I wonder what's down there.
Go find out.
No way!
The hole we found was so deep.
Can't Pain send her bird down there?
It was as though all the secrets in the world might be hidden in its depths. But something told me to stay away. These secrets are not for me to know.
Get back!
Huh? What?
Oh god. Oh, she just jumps in. What? What is happening? What was that like split scene thing? So bright.
It's so bright.
That's what I said.
Can you hear me?
Yes?
Ah, you can hear me.
It doesn't really sound like Tidus. Or like it might be him
I can't
doing
see you.
like a
Where are you?
different
voice.
Right here.
Oh, this is that part where I whistle, right? Something about a field of flowers in chapter 3. Excuse me.
What's happening?
The back masking.
Finally found you.
Thank you. I don't want it.
Really you?
It is me.
Shuyin.
Shuyin. I've waited so long.
Len. Something weird's happening.
But I'm not Len.
What does it remind me of?
We disappeared together, but when I awoke, I was alone. I looked for you for so long. While I wandered, I realized something. Spira hasn't...
Oh, it's like Fatal Frame.
Everyone's still fighting over nothing. Still dying like they used to.
I think it happens, like, I don't know.
1,000 years have passed, and they can't leave the hatred behind. I'm through waiting. I'll fix it. This world continues to fail us, and what's worse, I failed to protect you. Vegnagun will make that all go away. And we'll fade again. Together. Help me do it. Len.
Don't touch me. Whose feelings are these? Len's?
Something else does kind of like the same thing. Like I was saying, Fatal Frame. Fatal Frame does it, but there's like another thing, like a movie or something, where it's like, oh, Inuyasha. I mean, it might be something else too, but Inuyasha is another one where it's like, there's a character who's kind of like a reincarnation, and someone mixes them up with that like reincarnation or whatever. Oh. Barreleye or whatever? Ballerai? He stole her powers.
The end is not far now.
Barreleye. Okay. Also, like, man. This is kind of cool. This is what I've been waiting for. And, like, I'm just like, why wouldn't they just make this, like, the main focus and stuff?
It was all I was able to find.
What do you got?
Yeah, give her this one, too.
Cool.
Huh?
Our wills.
He's kidding. Just make sure Payne gets him.
That was kind of
right?
funny.
How do
That
you
was
know
pretty
her?
funny, actually.
The four of us go way back.
What was that symbol?
It's under control.
Take
Dude.
care of things topside.
This is so cool. Like, yeah. Like, now I'm like, why didn't they put more of this in the game? At least in the beginning. Because, like, they give you, like, the little hints to it with, like, the flashback spheres and stuff showing not Tidus, Shuyin.
Everywhere I looked, I found only questions. But more than anything, I'm just angry. One thing after another, and I'm already confused to begin with. Hey! Where am I?
Okay. Let me see. FF10 2. No! Did I mess it up? Hold on. Were they too slow? FF10 2 good ending. What was it? I know. Press the X button. 4 times. So if I was supposed to do it right there, I missed it. What if I... Let me quit. See where the autosave is. At worst, I have to do the... I mean, I might have had another chance after that. Like, that scene that was about to play might have been... I don't know. Like, I might have still been in there. Okay, what is this? Okay.
Open your eyes.
Oh, I can't skip this. But like, what I was saying before, like this whole bit, and then like, I don't know, Nuge, this barrel eye guy, what's the Gipple? They're all like, I like their designs, they're cool. And like, yeah, this whole bit is just like, wait, what's happening? This is kind of, why isn't there more of this? Why are they doubling down on fan service? Like I was saying, like 10 is like 70% like story and important, cool, serious stuff. 30%, you know, jokey stuff. And this is like flipped, where 70% of it is fan service and just silliness, and then the 30% of this cool stuff. And I'm like, no, give me more of this.
Give this to Payne. It was all I was able to find.
Now I don't know if I need to press X, like PlayStation X, or Square, which is Xbox X.
Our wills.
He's kidding. Just make sure Payne gets
I like how,
right.
yeah, he says that, and then you know her reaction.
Don't go.
It's under control.
Take care of things topside.
See, because also like those two characters, Nuge and Gipple, like they're way cooler here than they were every other time we encountered them. Like Nuge, I guess, is like fine, but like his whole like LeBlanc stuff is like kind of cringe. And then Gipple, yeah, also you don't really get much with Gipple, so you don't really get like a gauge on who or what he's like. But right here you get like a lot of it, and just like that small little scene that makes him so much more charming.
I didn't know what had happened. Everywhere I looked, I found only questions. But more than anything, I'm just angry. One thing after another, and I'm already confused to begin with. Hey, where am I?
Okay, I can't whistle yet. Nothing I'm pressing is doing anything. So I wasn't too late. Unless I'm supposed to stand in a specific spot. Or I did something, I missed something else beforehand that doesn't let me do it here. Mm-hmm.
I'm all alone.
Wait, was that me? I pressed X right when that happened. I didn't. Okay, now that wasn't me. I was like, did she whistle? But she's reacting to a whistle. Wait.
Wait!
Okay, is it actually me? Because I'm mashing X now. Alright, that's 4. I'm going to keep mashing it. I think that was me. But that, I wonder what happens if you don't do that. But that was probably the real Tidus and not Shuyin.
Come in, Yuna. Yuna!
Yuna, reporting in.
Yuna!
Okay. So I think we're... I don't know, I don't want to say guaranteed for one of the good endings. But I think there might be more. I'll have to look at the requirements again, but that's one of them at least. One of the requirements.
Fridi, na mecha. Trikur, faret mi kutui.
He's been blubbering about how he couldn't go on living if something were to happen to you.
We hadn't heard anything in so long.
Why is he like?
We
It's
tried
like a
tossing
dog.
the comm sphere into the hole, but it didn't help one bit.
No, no. Hey, it's still in beta.
So what happened?
Well,
Lynn, huh?
Dude, Buddy's like the most sane
Yeah,
person
the girl from the
on the
science
ship.
dress fair.
That's Len?
Sure, she wore that dress 1,000 years ago.
why didn't you tell us?
No one asked.
No
all
one
I knew was
asked.
her name. What's to tell?
What Shinra said surprised me, but only a little. So there really was a connection.
Okay. So the reason Shuyan keeps calling Yuna Len is...
Because of that dress sphere?
Just don't wear that dress sphere anymore.
Say for sure.
Forget Len. Shuyin's the one who's wanting to vaporize Spira.
Yeah, but what can we do? Nuge and Gipple are already planning something. Let them deal with it for now.
Okay. Man. Yeah, the whole bit with the Shuyin stuff, Nuge, Gipple, Barrel Eye, all being there. Like, I don't know. I was really into it. And now I'm just like, I want more of that. So like, I'm I'm like remotivated. But I'm gonna call it here for tonight. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I hope there's less. I just want more of that. So like, I don't know. I want like a better balance. Like, I don't want to. Like, I'm afraid of like the next mission I do is gonna be tons of pointlessness and fan service and I don't know, padding, and then we'll get a tiny little cutscene, which is like more of what we just got. That'll be like cool, cause like that's like I don't know. This game isn't bad, and it's not like I was gonna compare it to the After Years, Final Fantasy IV, the After Years, where like the After Years is bad. That game sucks. Don't play that. Final Fantasy IV is good. Don't play the After Years. But the After Years has like so much like garbage and then little bits of like good stuff that like every time I got the little bits, I'm like, okay, maybe it's worth playing. Maybe it was worth going through all that to get this little bit. But like in the end, it wasn't. But like that right there was like, okay, that like makes up for all the fan servicey stuff that I just was like getting sick of, and annoying brother outbursts and things, and like I don't know, but I'm just like, it just makes me confused of like, I don't know, that stuff seems so cool, and like by the end of it I want to know, like hopefully it doesn't like just get thrown away or something. Hopefully it, like it turns into something cool by the end of the game. But if it does, I'm still gonna be confused of like, why didn't they just, you know, go with that instead of like trying to do all this side stuff about sphere hunting and all that, and like I don't know, giving everyone new personalities and things like that. I guess Riku, like I was saying, Riku's personality isn't, she's pretty much the same. It's just she's more like, I don't know, I don't know what the word is. I was gonna say ditzy, not ditzy, but like I don't know, like bubbly. I don't know, like just like more, I don't know, like they try to make her cuter, I guess. And like I dig it. I like Riku, and she's my favorite character from 10, because she was the cutest, and she's still cute, but it's like, it's fan servicey. It's like going, it's too much that it's like to the point of now it's just like, it's just fan service. They're just trying to be like, oh yeah, look, you like the cute Riku stuff, right? Here's more of it. And I'm just like, I didn't I didn't like just the cute Riku stuff. I liked Riku because she also had the cute Riku stuff, if that makes sense. But I don't know what my point was there. But I don't know. Oh, I was talking about personalities. Yeah, because like Riku's just like, she's like the same, but just like turned up a few notches. Yuna is so much different than she was in 10. And it's weird. And Pain's a new character, so it's not like she has a new personality, but she has like almost no personality. I don't like, her personality is to just not react to anything, and just be super stoic in a way that's kind of boring. But she has like little moments. Like there's a moment last night where I was like, Pain, my beloved, because I was like, wait, Pain? That was kind of cute, and that was like kind of, I don't know, endearing in a way that she hasn't been so far. Like she almost doesn't exist. So like she had a moment last night and a few moments tonight where she was like present. But whatever. Anyway, that's it for tonight. Yeah, I don't know. Like remembering that I can turn off encounters has been like saving some of the tedium and like frustration, because like I don't need to fight all those fights. Like I'm going into these boss fights, and like Garrick was the only one that was like a challenge, and it wasn't even really a challenge for a challenging reason. It's just like it was like kind of like one of those puzzly boss fights where I don't know. It wasn't even like a puzzly boss fight, because like I feel like when JRPGs do the boss fights that are sort of like puzzles where you have to figure out what you need to do and how to beat the boss. Like you have to figure out the gimmick and stuff like that. Most of the time when you figure it out, it's like, okay, now I can win. But with that fight, it was just like, no, it's too late. It's too late. You can't win now. You have to restart or just die. And that was just like, that fight sucks so bad. But like every other fight after that, like Ifrit, Ixion, what other bosses were there? I don't know. Like every other boss though I've encountered has just been not a breeze, but like fine, like a fine challenge, or like a little easy. Like if Ifrit was kind of easy, I think. Like I didn't really have to think too hard or do too much. Ixion was a little scary because he was like doing big damage. But like, yeah, I feel like I'm at a point where the random encounters are not worth doing because I don't need the experience and stuff like that. But I'll probably like later today or well, yeah, I guess today because it's 3 a.m. whatever. Later tomorrow after I sleep and wake up or whatever, I'll probably open the game up and just grind out some of these dress spheres to unlock abilities and stuff on them. Because that's what, like, yeah, that's what the random encounters feel like they're for, is just to like unlock abilities, not to level up and get stronger or like play the game, but to just, like, for me, like right now, that's what they are. It's just a means to unlock dress sphere stuff. Because the boss fights are where I actually have to like, it's where I get engaged with the systems of like going around the grids and swapping between the different spheres and doing different things and stuff like that. Because with the random fights, it's just not worth doing that because it takes too long and you can kill them in a few turns and anyway. So it's like going through all the trouble of moving around the grids and stuff. It's not worth the trouble, but whatever. Anyway, that's it. I'll be back. Enjoy the rest of your day or night. Thanks for hanging out. That's it. Bye.